Set it here. Might be a little flatter. Should I put this? Yeah, it's got to stay.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Proving Grounds. I'd like to start out by thanking our sponsors in the stellar level, Verisprite, Protivity, Tenable, Amazon, and Source of Knowledge. They're all out in the chill out area, so please thank them. So this track is being recorded and streamed. So at the end when we do Q&A, we're going to be running mics, and there's also a mic up here in the front. So our next talk is on Hacking the High Seas, Cruise Line Security Assessment by Chad Dewey. Let's please welcome Chad.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for coming. I appreciate it. Thank you, BSides, for having me. Thank you, Adam Brand, for being my mentor and actually making this presentation what it is today. Okay, so we're going to be discussing hacking the high seas. It's originally started out with just cruise lines, but ended up going a little bit further, as you'll see here in a minute. All right, so who am I? My name is Chad Dewey. I'm a computer science and information systems instructor at Saginaw Valley State University, small university in Michigan. I have degrees in stuff. I do pen testing from time to time, and I'm curious about weird stuff like cruise ships. All right, so this is not the intention of this talk. Obviously I don't want this to happen. Cruising, just a little bit of background. My favorite way of vacationing is on cruise ships. I've taken several cruises, and we'll go over that here in a little bit. But this was human error, by the way. All right, so disclaimer, this is the cover your ass part, okay? No unauthorized access to cruise ships or cruise ship systems were obtained or even attempted, okay? All righty then. Most of these observations are in-person observations, especially when I was on the cruise ships. And review of publicly available resources, they're out there. So everything I've done here today, any of you can do. Okay, using Shodan, potato, Aaron Who Is, and the manuals of some of these systems. Okay, I'm not releasing any of the names of the cruise ships or cruise lines at this time. I've done my due diligence to try and share this information with them, and only a couple have responded so far. Right now, some of them are probably thinking, oh shit, or something. Anyway, so I've obviously done a lot of cruising over the years, starting in May 2005, and had a little bit of a hiatus, and then 2011 I ramped it back up again. So, all right, so overview of the presentation. Before the cruise, hooking yourself up with goodies and little perks here and there. During the cruise, kind of taking a little look at their Wi-Fi and the physical security of the ship. And then after the cruise, where probably the more interesting stuff is internet connectivity, system vulnerabilities, forward-facing services, that sort of thing. Okay. All right, so starting out, hooking yourself up. Now, before you start a cruise, you usually have to sign up on a cruise, for a cruise, and this is usually done online. You make reservations, you give them your credit card and a lot of money, and everything's supposed to be good to go. Some of these cruise lines do not have good sanitization of the information that's given to them. For example, this is my profile on one of the cruise ships here, and this is the things you can do within your account. Okay, for example, update missing information such as ship or dates that you traveled in the past, in case they might have missed something. Okay, now. Again, this is my real profile. I blacked out some of this stuff, and if you've cruised before, then you might be able to guess who this is. But anyway, so this, according to this, it shows that I've cruised on 7 different cruises, each of them a 7-day cruise. It looks like I've done 7 cruises. Not really. I've only actually cruised 4 times with this particular cruise line, and those are the 4 real ones. Okay, I never cruised. Well, I did cruise in 2011. Okay, but only 1 time. Okay, now the purpose of showing you this is you get perks. Okay, each cruise line has its own little tier system. You start out with blue, maybe go to gold, platinum, so on and so forth. With these perks, you get, I don't know, free Wi-Fi, so you get internet connection on the ship. Sometimes they give you other perks, like have a drink with the captain, that sort of thing. Some of them even give you tours of the ship. Okay? So, as far as starting up and signing up for your cruises here, again, there's a double there. Okay, so I wanted to go a little bit further. Well, let's see. I never cruised in 2009, so I could see this. Okay, maybe they're doubling it up because I actually did cruise then. Well, they didn't check to see if I checked or if I cruised in 2009. I did not. Okay, I did cruise in 2005 on this particular ship, the Caribbean ship, but I did not cruise on the Crown ship. Why? Well, because it was still being built. Okay, it didn't have its maiden voyage until June of 2006. Okay, so again, they didn't check anything. Not a whole lot of harm is done here. I just get my cruise status elevated a little bit. Okay, other perks on some of these cruise ships. Beforehand, before the cruise, you can tell them you've had an anniversary, a birthday, you graduated, you got married, whatever the case may be, and you're given certain perks for these things. A couple of these perks, well, I got all 3 of these because it was my anniversary again. And I got a $25 gift card for wine, very overpriced wine, but hey, it's a free bottle, right? And I got a photo, and it was very nice of them. And they do this sort of stuff just as a perk for, thanking you for cruising with us, so on and so forth. I've had anniversaries in December, February, March, and May. Okay. All right, here's my bottle of wine. All right, so now we're on the cruise. So this is during the cruise. So you definitely want to be careful. All right, wireless security, okay? This is slowly gotten better over time. The first cruise I went on in 2005 was protected with WEP encryption. Okay, it's 2005. Things could have been better. Whatever. Anyway, so internet access on these cruise ships can be very expensive. Okay, $25 a day on the last cruise that I went on. Okay, that's ridiculous. And the internet is not all that fast either. It's satellite internet. Okay. So anyway, moving right along here. So Wi-Fi is expensive. If you start looking around and poking and prodding at the Wi-Fi, you'll notice that if you're in the room, there's not a whole lot of traffic down there. You're in the belly of the beast. So if you're going to start looking around, you're going to want to look at a more active place like by the pool. Okay. And I really didn't have a whole lot of luck. I was on vacation. Okay. I'm not really going to sit there and do all sorts of stuff just trying to get free Wi-Fi because there's other ways of doing that, which I'll get to here in a second. Okay, now remember that platinum status earned you some free Wi-Fi. Okay, fortunately, you don't necessarily have to be platinum in order to gain free Wi-Fi. How? Well, some of these cruise ships give away some personal information by posting your information outside of your cabin. So you have a cabin number, first name, last name, and all the cruise ships are nice enough to say, oh, you're a gold member, you're a platinum member. All that's required, and you get 150 free minutes on one particular cruise line. In order to get those 150 free minutes, what do you have to know? First name, last name, cabin number. And you have to know that you're platinum, of course. So you could technically pilfer somebody else's free Wi-Fi minutes. Okay. All right. And encryption has gotten better, so on and so forth. Okay, so other physical security issues. All of them have safes in the room. Some are numerical. Some of them use a magnetic strip card. The magnetic strip card was an odd one because they said you should either use a credit card or your driver's license. No, you don't need to do that. I think I used a gift card to Longhorns or something like that. But anyway, so staff doors are almost never locked. Some had no locks, and as you'll see in the next slide, some even worse. Doors to ship internals were almost never locked. Many had no locks, so you could technically waltz right in there if you wanted to. Staff laundry, so I've been told. Staff laundry could be found along with forgotten name tags on them, so you could technically act as if you were, one of them. Okay. There's, anywhere from 1,000 to 2,000 crew members, so they don't know everybody. So you could get away with something like that. I found a total of 6 passenger badges sitting by the pool. With those, they're associated with a credit card. That's where it gets a little bit scary because you could take it, charge up a bunch of drinks, and put it right back. And they might not know until the very last day of the cruise when they get billed. So there's, that's not necessarily the cruise line's fault, by the way. That's just people being people. Picture verification of passenger when a card is swiped. The employees are supposed to take a look when they swipe their card for a drink. It shows a picture of the person. Okay. The problem is they don't look at it. They're just busy churning out the drinks. Okay. So there is a safeguard in place. It's just not very well utilized by the employees. Okay. All right. So again, a lot of crew areas don't necessarily have locks, and some are not very well guarded. There's a little bit of a closer view on that. It kind of looks like freezer curtains. So, that's going to keep a lot of people out. All right. So, here we are, engine control room. Okay, I have never been in an engine control room. I have never been in the bridge. Some cruise ships allow this depending on your member status. On certain cruise lines, not all of them. Okay, so I found this on the internet. Okay, so this is the engine control room, obviously heavily computerized. This is the bridge. Okay, again, I just found this on the internet. If you look a little closer, you can see the, you can't really see it here, but the navigation system is a Sperry Marine Vision Master FT. The issue with this is it runs Windows XP. They all do, okay? And they're still all utilized. And the ships, there's just not really any upgrades going on there. Okay, so you can see a problem there. So after the cruise, oops, went too far. Sorry. All right, so the internet ships. So public IP addresses. Each ship has an IP address range associated with it. We'll get into that in a second. They're all on something called the Maritime Telecommunications Network. Okay, the MTN basically handles, I'll get to it here in a second. I'll actually go into more detail. And there's several internet-facing vulnerabilities, and we'll discuss those here in a second. Again, all I had to do is use an Aaron Who Is and Shodan to do all this. So like I say, any of you could do it. Okay, looking at things from the outside, the Maritime Telecommunications Network uses this IP address range. So all of the ships, or I can't say all, most of the ships, whether it be cruise lines or military vessels, so on and so forth, are normally connected to the Maritime Telecommunications Network. Okay, so the Internet of Ships. Okay, this just explains what the MTN is and what it does. See if I forget anything. Luxury yachts, oil rigs, government and military vessels, and cruise lines all use the MTN for internet service providers when out at sea. Okay, so again, all these ships have IP address ranges that are actually specific to each of these ships. Tahitian Princess, Diamond Princess, Island Princess, Emerald Princess, so on and so forth. Okay. And there, believe me, there's many, many more. I've just kind of let it slide. I'm going to skip right past it here. Okay. This one is my trust fund. Again, luxury yachts. Those are the jokes, people. That's all I got. This one you might want to be a little bit careful of. You can probably guess what's in this range. Hopefully, right. There's also another one called, Carnival HQ. Wonder what that is. Okay. That speaks for itself. Okay. So anyway, a few statistics here. Using some old encryption methods here. Obviously, they have vulnerabilities associated with them. Some of the services running on these are forward-facing services. Some issues there. PC Anywhere. Windows Remote Management. And the most clever thing I think I've seen, Telnet on port 2323. They were the first to figure that one out. All right, so this is where it gets a little creepy. That top one, though. Okay, Debian 4 lost support back in 2010. I don't remember what month, but obviously it's a little old. You can read them. Voice over IP systems on a ship with remote access using the default username and password. Several ships containing old Linux kernels. A Microsoft Exchange server, 2003. Okay. This just goes into CVEs and stuff like that. Several ships running drop bear. So again, a lot of issues. These aren't even all of them. These are just some of the ones that kind of were the creepiest to me. All right, and much, much more. Enough vulnerabilities to create. Alrighty then. All right. So some cruise lines don't bother to fix some of these issues. For example, the free stuff, right? A bottle of wine, a massage, whatever the case may be, they'll give it away because you're spending, anywhere from $500 on up per person to go on a cruise. Okay. So I actually contacted that particular cruise line, and they're like, we're okay with that. Well, I'm okay with that too, but yeah, right. So anyway, some of the other issues I haven't heard replies on. Maybe they're thinking, oh shit, and they're kind of doing what they got to do. Now I understand that some of these things take time. Imagine these navigation systems trying to upgrade those. Windows XP, they're going to have to take the ship out of service for at least a little while. So just to try and upgrade that and so on and so forth. Over the last 10 years, though, each cruise line has steadily increased their wireless security with better encryption. We hope so. Their internet kiosks have gone from PCs with Windows XP. Now, this is 2005, so, but now they're using Windows Vista. Using Chrome in incognito mode with deep freeze. So at least they're trying, okay? Anyway. Okay, that's all I got. I'd like to thank Adam Brand again for being my B-Sides Las Vegas mentor. He's been a huge help. I still would have been working on this if it wasn't for him, so he helped me find some efficiencies here. Dr. Lonnie Decker and Dr. Scott James for guiding me through this whole process, not necessarily with his presentation, but I guess in life. Chris Roberts, obviously, I kind of followed his lead on some of this stuff. Christina Lane, my mother, for their inspiration and support through this entire thing. All right, if you have questions, I have an email address here for you. Feel free to contact.
Oh, did it cut out? Yeah. How about now?
Yeah, I was just going to say, feel free to contact me. I'll send you the slides, but that's about it. I'm not going to send you a bunch of stuff that I found, so you guys can look that up for yourself. Any questions?
Yes, hi. Thank you for the talk.
Yeah.
So could you go into a little more detail about how you got the free, the privileges and the anniversary celebrations?
Like
I guess just a breakdown. Yeah.
Like the bottles of wine?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. When you sign up for every cruise I've been on, as you're signing up for the cruise, they ask you, check the box. Are you expecting an anniversary?
Oh,
is there a special event?
Yeah.
Oh, no, right, one of them. But if you do pick one, pick anniversary. That's usually the most lucrative. Yes.
I don't suppose you've looked into the jurisdictional issues of hacking a cruise ship, for instance. Like if you're in international waters on a Barbados flag ship, who comes after you if you do something you shouldn't do?
Well, first off, you shouldn't do anything bad.
No,
like that.
no. Obviously, no. Never hack anything ever. But
Right,
if
right,
you
right,
do
right.
hack something,
Okay.
who arrests you?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think
If
that
you should accidentally
Okay, all right.
hack,
Theoretically,
maybe.
okay. I would assume there's some sort of maritime law regarding that. As far as who comes and busts you, I guess the next port of call, or maybe at the very end. If you left out of Miami or Fort Lauderdale, somebody might be waiting for you, or they know who you are, where you live, and they already know that. Oh, yeah. Is there? Okay. I'm not very familiar with maritime law, so I'm actually going to have to look some of this stuff up. Well, I mean, I guess I don't really have to. I've done nothing wrong. But it's good to know. Knowledge is power and all that.
But is maritime law also running Windows XP?
Maritime law is still on Windows 3.11 for
Yes, question.
Hey, how's it going? I was just wondering if you, when you were talking to these cruise line operators, if you ever bring up the subject of like denial of service, especially with their wireless links, like what if somebody were to plant a box on a cruise ship or any ship that basically disrupts all GPS signals, or VSAT, what if somebody finds one open on Shodan and like turns it off? I wonder what sort of, you know.
That's
I don't-
something I hope I never see, especially while I'm on the ship.
Yeah. So I don't know if that subject's ever come up when you like talk to them or.
Well, I would assume they have several backup systems. Again, it's part of a satellite network, so maybe there's other things they could do. I mean, I'm sure there's some kind of backups, I would hope. But do I know that for sure? No. The satellite navigation systems, if you've ever been on a cruise ship, they have these big globes outside. Okay, well, that's it. And you can usually touch them over the rail, so that's kind of creepy. Yes, sir.
Yeah, obviously container ships won't offer you the same perks if it's your anniversary and you're shipping cargo, but how much of what was on the cruise ships, such as navigation and security of physical facilities, how much that would carry over into the container ship fleet?
Pretty much the same thing except for the free stuff. Speaking of which, I actually submitted this presentation February 7th of 2016. I didn't find out until May. I was doing some Google searching and found that some Somali pirates actually compromised a container ship manifesto to make themselves more efficient at being pirates. So they knew where all the good stuff was because they got a manifesto of everything that was on the ship. So
what about the navigational data coming back, on the public side of the ship? It'll tell you basically where it is all the time.
yeah, there's actually maps, online maps to show you where every ship is pretty much all over the world in international waters.
Is there anybody else? Any more questions? All right, thanks, Chad.
All right, thanks a lot, everybody. Appreciate it. Oh, sure.
As of about a year ago, let's say the friendliest cruise, okay, max spoofing.
Well, it depends on what ship. As older the ships are, they don't necessarily update stuff. So,
I'm not surprised. I just didn't know. Like, why bother?
Okay.
Like, we know they're there. So what's the point in hiding it?
oh, thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, I love it.
So do you need any
It is. It's my favorite way of vacationing. If you like to drink or have a few cocktails, you can drive anywhere. You just gotta stumble back to your room. It's great. Yeah.
So there is a.
Oh yeah, it's great. Yeah. Good to know, man.
Thank
husband's
you.
actually a Coast Guard officer who does communication security stuff.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, he's done some work with like the GPS spoofing.
Okay, all
I had
right.
to tell him like, dude, I can't see this talk since right before mine, but like video recording.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Well, I had more to the presentation, but I had to cut it down to 25 minutes. So
Isn't
I'm
that
like,
so hard? You're like,
yeah, I know. The original slide was like 60 slides. Right? Yeah, it's Disney Cruise in May. Oh, there you go. Yeah, absolutely. I've never been on Disney, so it'd be interesting to see.
Yeah, see what I can do.
All right, cool.
Could have checked them off.
So this talk really came out of this tweet from WeldPond back in October of this past year. He was talking about how manufacturers a lot of times make legal threats to security researchers when they're disclosing vulnerabilities. And he was pointing out, like, hey, consumers can't really make legal threats when they buy software and it's broken and something happens. They really don't have a voice and a way to use the legal system right now. I was like, yes, having just gone through a few years of law school, I understand why, but it's kind of complicated. And I thought it might be interesting to sort of explain to people why that is. And there's a lot of talk these days about software product liability. Last year's Black Hat was a lot about it. It's kind of buzzy. And so I wanted to talk about the current state of it and why it might actually start changing, not just because a lot of people are talking about it, but because Internet of Things is going to change some stuff that affects the reasons why we haven't had software product liability so far. So let's start out by comparing two different situations. Let's say you go to Target and you buy a coffee maker and you bring it home, you plug it in, and something happens. The glass carafe has a flaw in it and it explodes and cuts your wrists, or it catches fire or something. In this instance, as a consumer, you might have medical bills, and you can go to the person who made your coffee maker, sue them in a court, and have them pay for your medical bills. This happens all the time with defective products. And then let's compare that to another consumer who buys a router. She brings it home and plugs it into her home office, and there's a flaw in the software on the router, and all of her information gets exposed. She goes through identity theft and so forth. This consumer does not really have any recourse under our system right now. She's also been harmed, but she can't bring a suit. Or she could, but it would probably get tossed out of court pretty quickly. So why? What is the actual difference between these two situations? We have two consumers who are harmed by products that they've bought, and they're facing fundamentally different situations in the court. So to start with that, I need to explain to you a little bit about how the American legal system works. So generally, if there's an agreement between two people as a contract, this is super common in the software world. We have click wraps, we have EULAs, we have terms of service. And essentially how the American legal system works is that if you have a contract and something happens, any sort of damages or so forth are going to be governed by this contract. So basically, unless there is some really grievous physical harm, what happens in that contract gets governed by that contract. On the other hand, you might get harmed by someone who you don't have an agreement with. We have car accidents, maybe a roller coaster goes flying off of the track. We use tort law to address that. Tort law is for when someone out there who you are not in an existing agreement with hurts you, and it's how you have your medical bills paid for. And product liability law is a subset of tort law. It's the law that governs basically the purchases of products and if those products are defective. So let's think about what you need for a product liability suit in our legal system right now. You need more than what we call pure economic loss. You need a physical harm to the consumer, like that glass carafe exploded and cut your wrist or something, or you need property damage, maybe the coffee maker caught fire and it burned your kitchen. So now let's think about what happens with the Internet of Things. Software has always just been on our computers, and we've had buggy software, we've had problems caused by software, but it was not capable of causing any physical harm out in the real world. And this changes with IoT. We have software in fridges. If someone hacks into your fridge and raises the temperature of it, your food could go bad, it could cause you to get sick. We have software in drones. A drone could fall out of the sky and hurt you. This had been a really fundamental, there's this really fundamental shift in the sorts of ways that software is going to be interacting with the real world that changes one of the fundamental assumptions that we've always had about why there is no such thing as software product liability. So this is not actually the first time that software or that product liability might be changing. So I'm going to go all the way back to 1916. There's a very influential case that sort of developed the product liability as we know it today. It was called McPherson versus Buick. This guy went and he bought a car from a Buick dealership. It's 1916, so for whatever reason at the time they made wheels out of wood. And there was a flaw in one of his wooden wheels. He's driving down the road and the wood breaks. The car crashes, he's injured, and he goes back to his Buick dealer and he's like, hey, you know, there was a problem with that car that I bought from you and it injured me and I'd like you to pay my medical bills. And the dealer goes, okay, well sure there was a flaw, but that came from the person who built your car. All I did was sell it to you. So essentially, the guy who bought the car and the seller were what we call in the legal world in privity. They had an agreement. But the guy who bought the car was not in privity with the person who built the car, who was also the person who introduced the defect. And so the court said, oh, we have a problem. This guy was injured, and he can't have his medical bills paid for. And as a society at that time, they were moving away from everybody being a farmer, buying things in general stores, where you knew the person who was selling products to you, and they were shifting towards mass production, supply chains, and so forth. And the court recognized that this was a change, and they decided to allow the guy who bought the Buick to go recover from the person who built the defective product. And so they developed the idea of basically the ability to go have your medical bills or whatever paid for from anyone who had built a product or sold it to you anywhere up and down that chain. So in the courts, we recognize 3 different types of defects. These have all developed mostly since that 1916 case. We have manufacturing defect, which is probably what a lot of people think about when they think about defective products. That would be like that flaw in the glass of a coffee maker. This one instance of a product came off a factory line and there was a problem with it. We also have what we call a design defect. So maybe that coffee maker was built such that if it's on for more than 3 hours, it might overheat, it could catch fire, it could cause problems. And there's a little switch or something that the coffee maker manufacturer could have installed in the coffee maker, but chose not to. And so if it catches fire, the consumer can go into court and be like, hey, this is just a really poorly designed product. You probably should have put that switch in. It wouldn't have cost that much, and it would have eliminated the danger. And finally, we have failure to warn. Failure to warn is the reason why your McDonald's coffee cups say, warning, this is hot, and why there's stickers all over everything. So in that instance, maybe we can say the coffee maker has a tendency to overheat after 30 minutes, but we could just put a little sticker on it and tell the consumer, don't leave this on for more than 30 minutes. And so that will allow the consumer to be aware of this problem and take action to prevent it. So product liability is what we call strict liability, which is liability without fault. And this sort of feeds into the question of, why can you go buy knives, but you can't buy lawn darts? If we think about it, these are both sharp objects that could injure you, and yet one is freely available in the American consumer market. And the reason is really risk-utility balancing, and that is also the reason why product liability is not really strict liability. So foreseeability and obvious dangers really play a big part in this. So an obvious danger like the knife, I can look at it and I can be like, yeah, I can see that this is something that could hurt me, but it's really useful. We need to be able to buy knives, or I go home and cook dinner and I'm gonna have a lot of problems preparing my dinner. Whereas lawn darts, they're fun, they're sharp, they're not super useful. Our society is kind of running without them right now. The foreseeability also plays into how you use a product. So if I buy a stepladder and I decide to do something really dumb and set it up in a rowboat, and I climb up on the stepladder in the rowboat and it collapses and I now broke my leg, if I go to the manufacturer and I'm like, hey, I was injured by your stepladder, they're gonna go, like in a rowboat, no, not gonna happen. Like that's completely not foreseeable, you were doing something dumb there. I could take a coffee maker, I could mount it on a drone because I want to be lazy and I want my coffee to come get delivered to me over on my sofa, and then someone hacks into the drone and causes it to sort of wobble in the air and it dumps the hot coffee on me. Like, that is a legit stupid thing to be doing. You are not going to recover under any sort of scheme. So some of the reasons why we have product liability really is that it serves an insurance function. Our society has decided to sort of push the burden of making products safe onto manufacturers rather than requiring every consumer to be their own, consumers research sort of people and have to go investigate whether these products are safe. I can go to a Target, I can purchase a blender, and I'm not super concerned that this blender is really going to harm me because I have this reasonable expectation that if I buy this product and I use it in a fairly ordinary way, that it's going to be okay, it's not going to harm me. And this is something that might start changing with IoT. So the people who build blenders are totally used to building blenders. However, they are not really totally used to building software. We don't know right now how common it is for them to build blenders that can be upgraded. Do they have experience with accepting reports from the security community about vulnerabilities? Do they understand what sorts of features they should put in to be secure. There have been things with like IoT tea kettles that were leaking Wi-Fi credentials because they were just poorly designed from a software side. And all of us are like, well, yeah, that's really stupid, you know. But we also have experience building software. These folks who are starting to put software into things that can interact with the world do not yet have that background. So this is kind of cool. We could empower consumers and they could use software product liability. But that's a big fuzzy thing. Like, how would this actually work in a court? You can't just go into a court and be like, I feel like we should have this sort of liability. So failure to warn is one framework we could use. And one way we could think specifically about it is that maybe software companies or companies that are using software should have to warn about known vulnerabilities. Failure to warn is a pretty well-developed field in product liability, and it really breaks down into two components. One of them is the risk reduction warning. Like if you're going to use this chainsaw, wear goggles. We could think about that in a software world by saying, hey, if you're going to run this particular software, make sure that you upgrade the Java it's running on. Go do these particular configuration settings so that it's a little bit safer for you. Or we have informed choice warnings. The informed choice warning is incredibly common in the pharmaceutical world. We tell the consumer there are these risks out there. They exist. I'm just going to let you know about them, and you need to make your own risk calculation. So you can think about that in the software world. We could say, well, the software has maybe this vulnerability, and we're going to tell you about it, and you need to make your own decision about whether it's important to your business to keep using this software, and maybe you can figure out in your network how to set it up and protect it. And one of the things we can think about is that failure to warn might provide incentives for better software development practices. We can think about encouraging the people who are making these internet-enabled smart fridges to design items that can get patched, following, for example, maybe the Open Web Application Security Project's top 10 if you're going to have like a web application for this sort of thing. We can talk about making it easy for researchers to disclose problems that they've found rather than having to force them to go through endless CS queues. Triaging issues and releasing them. These are things that software companies are really used to. We can get in a bug report and decide whether it's a serious problem, it's exploitable, if it actually needs to be addressed or not. And that's something that companies that aren't used to building software are not used to doing. One part of failure to warn that we really should worry about if we're going to start thinking about this with vulnerabilities is warning overload. So this is a picture of my coffee maker covered with 1.5 million hot warning stickers. Like if I saw this, I would just be like, I don't even know where to touch this anymore. This is complete warning overload. And we really worry about telling consumers too many things, and so they take in no information, and we're back at base zero. They haven't actually been effectively warned about anything. There's limited amounts of attention that people have. You need to think, too, about whether warnings are reasonable. We all joke about that warning on the McDonald's coffee cup of, warning, this is really hot. Like, okay, yes, I know it's hot. Do I actually still even read it? Should I have been warned about something else? If we think that consumers have limited amounts of intelligence and we tell them 30 different things, but we bury the most important warning in number 30, is that really an effective warning? And one that particularly concerns me with software vulnerabilities is what if we have people warn about unpatched vulnerabilities? We got this report, we need to tell you about it, but we have no plans to patch. Is that just going to be a big like, hey, go reverse engineer this particular thing over here? So, obvious risks. I love this image. You might not be able to read it. It says, please make sure you have made the right decision. It's a little ducky that I can plug in. That is like the perfect warning. So in failure to warn, you should have known is completely obvious. If you notice your kitchen knives at home do not necessarily say warning sharp, because you guys should all know that knives are sharp. This also allows you to, it plays into that foreseeability of use thing when I was talking about, like, hey, what if I use a step ladder and a rowboat, and that's a dangerous thing to do? If you just have bad security practices, and that's the actual root cause of your harm, that's going to protect a software creator. So people freak out a lot when they hear about software product liability and open source. It turns out that we can analogize to some existing product liability doctrines. So for one, there's a big focus on commercial sellers of product liability. You can't really go to like an Etsy seller and be like, hey, your product was defective. I mean, you could try, but it's probably not going to go anywhere in the courts. But the thing that is a little more important when we think about open source is the component product liability. So product liability understands if you build a gear and it goes into a machine and the machine goes into a product and the consumer buys it and there's some problem like in the engine in this product, the person who built the gear that goes in is not really the person on which the liability is going to be pinned. Like, yes, we have liability for the retailer, we have liability for even the supply chain, we have liability for the person who built and assembled the engine, but the component itself would be deemed to, like we'll say, okay, this little individual product here that just went into the larger defective product is not responsible for the harm, and therefore we can exclude them from liability. So we can take all of this and think about how does this relate to the way that we currently develop and patch software, especially as we're going to be putting these into IoT devices. So let's think about what happened after 1916 when we had our poor guy who bought the Buick and it dumped him on the highway. Consumer safety really increased. In large part, we got used to how to build things in factories. We developed standardized practices for mass production. So the Buick case was kind of what we can think of as a trigger case. It caused the law to adjust because society had changed and we wanted to develop sort of this insurance function because it was going to allow us to sort of put the risk of these products onto people who we thought were in a better position to handle them. And this sort of shift could happen again with IoT. So with IoT, we're really now having software that can cause these physical harms, and physical harms are something that we're used to having liability for. We can say, right now a lot of IoT products are released with some pretty questionable security practices. A lot of them don't have the ability to patch, and using software product liability as a way to affect, basically as a lever to make those things safer is something that might help us protect consumers. So this is so much not a perfect solution. There's tons of problems. We talked about what happens if it's an unpatched vulnerability. Should we warn people about it? Like this might be this informed choice warning, like, hey, there's a bug over here. We want you to know about it before you decide to keep using it. A lot of times you say software liability and people go, oh my God, innovation. We're really concerned about that. That's something that has really driven our industry to be the success that it is. And we don't want people in their garages or small companies to be burdened by this sort of scheme. We also, if we're going to warn about vulnerabilities, seriously need to worry about the warning overload fatigue. Anybody in this industry knows the number of security vulnerability announcements that are made and patches, and we joke about patch fatigue. This is actually a serious problem. So let's think about where do we go from here. We do not necessarily have this sort of liability, but we do have a standard set of practices that a lot of us agree on. You should be testing. There are guidelines out there on how to improve your software development lifecycle. People talk about using bug bounty programs. Generally, you should probably already be taking reasonable care to put safe products out in the marketplace. I'm probably preaching to the choir on this one. But if we did ever get this sort of liability, you could go be like, hey, I am following standard industry practices. There should be a presumption that I have fairly safe products here. So thank you very much. I love talking about this sort of stuff, so come find me. And do I have time for questions? Yeah. Cool. So does anybody have questions? You have at least 5 minutes. Awesome.
So crystal ball, 5 years from now, what do you think the reasonable standard of care will be for IoT providers?
For what providers?
For people who make like these Internet of Things devices.
I think definitely, and I am a web developer, so most of my development experience comes from that, from working with middleware services, whatever. But things like being able to patch, alerting people about what vulnerabilities you have and what fixes are available, getting your stuff audited, doing code reviews, and following what's out there in the industry, like the Open Web Application Security Guidelines is sort of well agreed upon things that you should be checking for. Red teaming your products and so forth. I don't know specifically what they will be, but we're moving towards consensus for a lot of these things, and courts will look to that sort of thing and say, what does the industry think is fairly standard?
Just curious, what's your take on, the whole Tesla crash with,
Oh.
that kind of is a really interesting wrapper of software and, consumer products. So just curious.
Yeah, I am not super familiar with the Tesla crash. I did literally just spend 3 months locked away with law books studying for the bar. But yeah, I mean, this is something where they need to be making sure that this is a safe product they put into the consumer hands. If a consumer gets something and can use it in a completely unexpected way and some harm happens, like, I'm not that concerned if the consumer is using it in what would be a fairly normal, reasonable way and there's a bug and it causes a problem. That's where we would start looking and say, like, well, can we go say, this is a vulnerability, this is the sort of thing that liability would help protect the consumer for. But it's hard. What happens in the courts a lot is it's a lot of sort of risk utility balancing. It's a lot of economics that goes into it. Like, how much would it have cost them to make something that is really safe? I mean, like, cars are unsafe. Cars are not square boxes of square wheels built out of 100 tons of steel, because that would be safe, but it would be unusable and expensive, and like, our society has decided where we want to place the risk on that, and we need to move towards that in an IoT sort of world.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Any comments on Mudge and Sarah Zatko's Cyber UL as part of
Yes.
trying to beat the insurance companies into doing stuff?
That's actually a really good sort of indication of the kind of thing that our industry should be doing to move towards what's accepted practices. They're going to be putting out like labels and saying these are safer versus less safe. That fits perfectly in with this kind of thing, and I think it's awesome, and more companies should be doing this sort of auditing of stuff out there.
Yeah, I was wondering, would it wash if a company said, warning, this product uses a default username or a default admin username and password combination? Please do not expose to public internets?
FYI, we're doing something stupid. It's sad to say that actually does work a lot of the times, but on the other hand, we don't have lawn darts. What happens is you'll have these outlier court cases that will say yes, and outlier court cases that say no, and then the way the law works in the US is it kind of builds towards this consensus, and that kind of happens, as juries, who are the ones who decide this, sort of move towards it.
So I could buy time by saying, warning, we're doing something incredibly stupid.
You're aware of it, you took on the risk. Courts do actually recognize that sort of thing.
So, will lawn darts ever make a comeback?
IoT lawn darts.
There you go.
Wi-Fi lawn darts? Okay.
It could. I mean, so New Jersey actually outlawed swimming pools as being completely unreasonably dangerous in about the 1970s, and you can buy swimming pools and install them in New Jersey, so courts realize their failure.
Do we have any more questions? All right, great.
Cool.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Hello, testing. All right, if we could get everybody to please clear the room, even if you're interested in the next talk. I don't know why, but we're just stretch your legs and I guess get us a good count of the people that are in here.
Yeah, it also gives everyone outside a chance to see the talk. Yeah.
No, I took the bar. I don't know if
Are we good to go? Can I put this here? Cool. Hi everyone, and welcome to Proving Grounds. So I'd like to start by thanking our sponsors, Versprite, Vertivity, Tenable, Amazon, and Source of Knowledge. Please go and visit them out in the chill out area. So our next talk is on how to get and maintain your compliance without ticking everyone off by Rob Carson, Director of Security at Sharewell. He loves building and improving immature security programs, and he looks really dapper in a purple suit. So what? Building.
No, it's
improving.
I have a typewriter.
Yeah. All right, before we get started, I just want to say the track's being recorded. So at the end, when we do questions, I'm going to be running the mic around. Let's give Rob a warm welcome.
All right. Thank you, guys. All right, so how do we get and maintain compliance without pissing everybody off? So, one, realizing that, hey, it's never going to happen. They're going to have perfect compliance. So let's just move on past that. Talk about some of the challenges that professionals face, basically being compliant but not necessarily fully secure, right? And then how creativity and outreach can get the job done, who to engage with and how to engage with different business units. And then still being able to call yourself a true security professional and not just feel like it's a big Swiss cheese, right? Everyone hear me okay? All right. So my background, Director of Security at Sharewell Software. Prior lives as well, I've done ISO 27001 twice. I've had a couple zero-flying audits, also done PCI, HIPAA, going through FedRAMP right now, so it's a whole new adventure with this on steroids. And used to be a Marine Corps infantry officer. All right, so initial implementation. So this is a lot what it feels like if you're kicking off, an ISO compliance program, PCI, or anything like that. And one thing to recognize is that just as these young Marines here graduating from, going through boot camp, right? You graduate from boot camp, you're a infantryman. You're a provisional rifle infantryman. You go to special on school, follow-on schools, things like that. You're not necessarily a MARSOC operator or some sort of special forces ninja. So understanding that, hey, just because you passed your first audit does not mean you're going to be some, all-star ninja. All right, that's how it goes. So how do you do it? One. And I got my security architect in here, and that's a lot what it's like planning with him sometimes. Two, just try to boil the whole ocean. I've been guilty of this for sure. A lot of times you wind up, I try to boil the whole ocean, I wind up, just doing North Atlantic, and that still is why I have no hair anymore. But we'll get there. So what should you consider as you're kicking off the program? So there's impacting factors. So depending on the size of your organization, you're going to have different things. So personnel changes. So people are going to come and go. You're going to have potentially 24/7 support staff, depending on what kind of company you run. Explosive growth could be a big thing. That's definitely a huge challenge. Is how do you, as you're going down the road, trying to do your program, also change the tires while you're going down the road. Resistance to change, because change is hard. You get off for free hugs sometimes. It feels like it's, people are used to doing things a certain way. Why can't I do it this way? Those kind of things. Like how do you have to overcome those challenges? And ability to execute. That's another big piece too. Is that one of the things is nobody has an unlimited budget. Nobody has unlimited time. So you have to stay focused on what's the most important part and understanding some things you're going to have to improve later on. And then external, so you have changes in statutory regulations, increasing customer requirements. Let's face it, I don't know how you guys feel, but I get these things from customers all the time. Why aren't you NERC? Why don't you have SOC 2? Why don't you have this? Why don't you have that? Because we'd be auditing hell all year long if that's what we did. We just picked up every single certification there was. And then we also have new vulnerabilities. The IT guys have it easier sometimes because let's face it, they have a new version of Windows every few years. We have a new vulnerability every day. So who here has ever felt that someone in their company might feel like this? Yeah. So And that's one of the things, one of my favorite frameworks is ISO, because it demands continuous improvement. And that's one of the best things about it. So you're compliant, but you still have to continue to improve it. So you don't get to just stick with, well, we passed it, we're good, let's just stay the way we are. So where do we start, right? So the first thing is to start with people. So who are the people, not only on your core team, but also who are the different business units, so stakeholders, who are going to be working with to implement this? Because it's not just going to be you. You're going to have people from IT. Depending on your scope, it might be professional services. It might be people who, if you're an MSSP, people who handle the customer data, things like that. You're going to be having to deal with different stakeholders. So figuring out who they are and finding those people that can preach the security gospel and those that are going to be a big pain in your ass. Figure out who they are and start working with them. And then process, right? So one of the most important things is to figure out what your processes are. So instead of writing these beautiful, 50-page SOPs of a process that you don't even come close to following, write down what you actually do, okay? Start there. If you can just make sure that everybody's doing what they say they actually do, that's actually a great start in the right direction. Because at that point, you can start wrapping technology around it to either enforce that process or control it in different ways. And then let's talk about one of the pieces to start with processes too. So one of the mistakes I've made is that I have done, I'll start rolling out an HR security SOP before I even have some of the core processes I need to have in place first. So what are those core processes? You need to have, your committee procedures, how you're going to meet, how you're going to write your documents, your control records, control documents SOPs, your audit SOP, your training SOP. Some of those core SOPs, and maybe corrective action, preventive action, because if you roll out the other SOPs, how are you going to audit it to make sure it's working? How are you going to handle it if it breaks? You need to have some of the core infrastructure set up first before you start rolling out the big network operations SOP, things like that. If you don't have those things in place first, it's going to be very difficult to deal with those as those things need to mature and improve. So scope. Yeah. Know and define your scope, and don't overcomplicate it. So what is your most critical assets? What are the things that drive revenue? That's probably going to be your scope. Or maybe it's IT operations, because that touches everybody, but they don't necessarily have to feel it, okay, as much. But picking your scope and understanding, what is the most important piece. So where I work, it's our customer data. At the end of the day, I feel really bad if our employee data got leaked out, but that's not going to stop revenue. I'll have employees to apologize to. So, figuring out what the real scope should be. And then those boundaries, all right? And those, So keep it clean, keep it enforceable, determine whether you're in or out, right? What are those boundaries? What is the scope? So especially if you have a PCI, you have a CDE environment, what are those actual boundaries of your perimeter? For FedRAMP, same kind of thing. You have to really understand what those boundaries are and understand how that data flows in and out. So maturity, all right? So one of the things to think about is that when you start off, this can take, depending on the size of your organization, it can take a year, it can take 2 years, depending on how big you are, right? But once you hit this managed state where you actually have, at least they might be manual processes, but you have those in place, you're able to start really quickly accelerating and getting to that quantitatively managed spot. And that's where automation comes into play, all these awesome tools that they sell out there. That's great stuff. But if you don't have a process, what are you automating? Figure out what you need to automate first. What is that process? How is this supposed to look? What are you going to control? So, maturing to the next phase. How do we go from a bunch of Iraqi Army soldiers to the Marine Corps drill team? All right? So, that click pop, right? It's pretty sexy. Or you can be like that, which is what, you probably start off when you get started, right? All right. Lessons learned. Anybody ever served in the military knows there's some lessons you learn in the gas chamber pretty quick. All right, so compliance fails. So, You know, organizations stopping once the policy's drafted. One of the things you have to recognize is that your procedures are going to change. Even if you wrote the most perfect procedure in the world, if your organization grows at 10% a year, it's probably going to have to change at least 10% just to keep up. All right? So understanding that you have to do that. So, you know, one of the things I recommend is getting a good piece of SOP management software. I've used Policy Tech in the past. It's like an AK. I don't sell that thing or anything like that. It's not a plug. It's just, the thing works because it lets you make sure that you can control you can push out your SOPs, make sure you can get people to read them when they've changed. And one of the things I've seen at the last place I was at, they were tracking SOP approvals via email. Try approving that to an auditor. Like, that's going to suck. So think about those things. Those are some of the core things you want to get in place if you can. Just because security technology is implemented, it's not protected. You have hips with an any rule. It doesn't do shit for you. But you're compliant. Poor configurations. Policies for the sake of policies. When I got to Sherwell, they had an 8-page password policy. It was horrible. Like, I didn't want to read it. And this is what we do, right? So cut it down to 2 paragraphs and put it in acceptable use and move the heck on, right? Keep it as simple as you can. So, and that's one of the things when I started, they had 50 policies, 3 SOPs, okay? So they had these policies that they're works of art. Should be framed. I mean, an 8-page password policy, that's pretty impressive. But at the end of the day, what good is it, right? No one knows how to follow it. So if you have all these policies, you got to make sure that you want SOPs, you want to make sure they know how they actually can follow the policy or the procedure that you're actually trying to enforce, that control. Most people will try to follow the procedure if it's clear. But if it doesn't say, go here, send an email to this distro, that's how you make sure you're actually able to make your procedures useful. Policies, talk about that. Policies don't make any damn sense. One of the things I struggle with is, you have rules like no BYOD, yet you can bring your phone, but you can't bring a tablet, right? Think about it though, right? Your tablet, it's the same basic OS, right? So what's the point, right? So let's, those are challenges I have, and I'm happy to talk afterwards about how you guys have tackled those ones as well. So compliance wins. Yeah, it can actually not suck totally, all right? So baseline of your security controls. So at the end of the day, when you start off, at least now you're actually looking at it from a holistic standpoint and not just looking at it from one spot. Now, where you improve is going to be dependent on your budget, your ability to execute, as well as what is what's really relevant to you. What's your data? Where do you really want to spend your effort? Does your physical security matter that much? As long as they can't connect, or where do you want to spend your time? You can't spend your time everywhere, so it helps you start to figure out where you can slowly incrementally increase different parts of your controls. And they address a lot of people and process. So you can do a lot of free security with good people and process. For all the pen testers out there, I can still do this and that and this. And I'm looking at a couple of guys I've hired a few times along the way, and you're like, I can still do whatever. But that's fine. But what's the people and process? What's the process? Let's make sure you're following it, because then I can put those technical controls in place, right? And that covers a lot of it. You're still dealing with insider threats. I get it, but it's a starting point. You have to start somewhere, because you can't get that incremental progress if you don't start somewhere and just move from there. All right? Mandating improvements, so that's why I love ISO. And mechanism for budget. So the way my risk assessment works, when I do a risk assessment, I do it off of the business process and the information assets it creates, right? I don't do a risk assessment on a server. Who gives a shit about the server? What we really care about is the data on that server, what business processes are critical to that server. And so when you're sitting down with the CFO, it's a whole lot easier to say, I need this to protect this business process, this line of revenue that drives this amount, this X amount, as opposed to, I need it because it's cool. Why do you need this? It's for this business process. That resonates a lot better with an executive team than it will with, just you get into the bits and bytes of, I need an ESSA scanner, a quality scanner, I need all this stuff. For what? Why? What are the business processes we're protecting? Why are we doing it? Because that's what this isn't a non-for-profit. we're doing this for one, to maintain revenue, right? To make sure we protect that revenue, protect that data, so that our stuff's not out there. And then toolkit. So one of the things I use is the Cloud Security Alliance questionnaire. So when you get those RFP questions from your customers, and like somebody sends you one Excel sheet with 70 questions, the next guy sends you one with 20 questions, the next guy sends you one with 300. This is a way to streamline that. So this thing has 300 questions, and it will literally answer everything that customer's going to need to know. It's a very nice compliance piece, and sometimes they'll save you time as opposed to answering their questions. Answer them ahead of time. I recommend it. And the nice part about it too is it actually has a mapping for every single framework out there. So it's got NERC, FERPA, everything out there. So you can actually say, okay, you're a SOC 2, you're an SA16 shop, that's what you care about. Here's how my ISO controls map to this, as opposed to, well, you don't have this, you don't have that. This is how you can get through those issues when you're dealing with compliance people on the other side. Excel, a lot of people start in Excel. It's fine. Get some good compliance management software out there if you want to. SOP management software, compliance veterans, so finding people out there that have been through this. How did you get through this? How were you able to tackle this issue? How did you handle that control? Finding those guys out there. And then KRIs and KPIs. That's one of the big things that we use. So we use key risk indicators, and that can be my, how many vulnerabilities have aged past a certain date or whatever. But the key performance indicators would be more like, hey, background checks versus employees hired every month. And that way I can make sure that my process, my SOP is actually performing as it's designed, so I can check the performance of it as well as the risk. Those are things you want to think about. And then a poor man's threat feed. So this is, talk about the external things. So this is a screenshot of what I use. So this is a tweet deck. It's free. But the nice part about it is I can plug stuff in that I think is interesting. I have like locations, so I have spots, look at different offices, see what's going on there. Look at Sherwell, so I'll sit there and figure out, I don't make sure no one's tweeting something heinous, the CEO doesn't get on a rampage about something crazy. You never know. That's happened to one of the casinos in this area. And then, looking at Brian Krebs, stuff like that, right? Hopefully he never calls me. So I'm leaving. All right. How to work with others. So be polite, be professional, have plenty of killer when you meet, right? General Mattis. All right, so sales. It is all about them. So when you're engaging with sales and they need to do their security training, hey, if you don't do your security training, how am I supposed to get on a call to the customer and tell them that we're secure? Do you like selling? Let's make sure we do our security training. Marketing. They're arts and crafts masters, right? So if you deploy something like Titus, it's a document classification thing, let them pick the font. Let them pick where it sits. Who cares? Let them pick that stuff. They're happy as long as you have a classification on it, right? One of the things we did with Control of Records, Control of Docs, as opposed to writing out this big thing of we're going to use Courier New or New Times Roman 12, we said we're going to follow whatever marketing is using, and that way marketing's happy because we're going to help enforce what they're doing. And at the same time, I'm not getting in a battle over Trillium 11 or whatever font they want to use. Like, this is not a battle worth having, right? So make your compliance easy. Finance, it helps them control spending. So use them, they can help you. So when they're buying new software, hey, make sure we check it beforehand. They're happy to delay a spend if they can. So it's an opportunity, right? Audit, be ready. This is what I wear to my audit. Why? Because it's fun, right? And I'm treating it as seriously as I can, right? So, if you show up in a t-shirt and shorts, it might look sloppy, right? You want to show like you've got your A game on. Take the fight to the enemy. So what I do is I literally, a month before and about the weekend before, I go through every single control and walk through how I'm going to prove all of those and where that evidence is. And so when I'm sitting before the auditor, I'm taking them to it. So this way, at a minimum, I might wind up with maybe a minor, maybe an information finding, but I can show them some good evidence before they go look at bad evidence, Because it may not be perfect, but at least you can show them that you are trying to follow the process. But thinking about how you're going to prove it, because the auditors smell blood. They're sharps. So if you sit there and you're like, it's all quiet, when they ask you a question, it doesn't look so well. So take the fight to them. Drive them. They're only there for so long. You know, finding a GRC process doesn't suck, at least totally. You know, that's important. Think about that. Figuring out how you're going to handle those corrective actions, those preventative actions, things like that. So one of the challenges I think we all have from time to time is trying to understand what the control actually means. You know, from a security standpoint, well, I got to have this. Well, it doesn't really say that. I mean, you read HIPAA, and do you really have to have, you know, data at rest encryption, or you just have to make sure the data is protected? You know, so there's things to think about. All right. Risk assessment. Hey, you know, audit the processes, integrate with finance and legal. So ask yourself, what is the financial implications, legal implications of these processes failing? And assess the value of the data. So look at it from an information asset standpoint, more so than from a server or a USB stick, right? And that's it. Any questions?
How you doing?
Good.
What experience do you have with the risk management framework for federal information systems?
So you're talking about NIST?
Yeah, the NIST standards, yes.
So it's basically Plan, Do, Check, Act. Yeah, so that's a great question. I could definitely follow up further offline, but the federal risk management framework is not that much different than the old ISO risk management framework, or the 31000 series. It's Plan, Do, Check, Act. It's a little bit different, but it's all basically the same. You know, it's assess the, you know, you make your, what is your unmitigated risk, and what's your mitigated risk? Being able to quantitatively prove that is one of the big pieces too. You know, so making sure you ask yourself repeatable questions, as opposed to, well, I'm gonna give myself 3 points because I've got proof point, right? Or whatever. Well, that doesn't, you know, that's great, but that's not necessarily, you wanna make sure you have good questions on the downward side as well. Does that help?
I guess what I'm asking is because I looked at that compared to the certain set of the ISO controls versus their RMF controls, and it looks like there's like a shit ton more of controls. I'm like, why is there so many?
Oh, so you're talking about the actual NIST, the 300 controls they have?
Yeah, I mean that's a lot.
Absolutely. It's more granular, and it's a little more specific, and it's definitely less, you know, ISO says you need to meet the control, but it doesn't necessarily tell you how, whereas it gives you guidance, whereas with NIST, it's going to give you, especially like FedRAMP, which is basically NIST on steroids, it's going to be much more prescriptive on how you're going to meet that control. I don't know if that helps.
Not really.
Sorry.
But thank you.
All right, any more questions? Let's give them a round of applause. This track is being recorded and it's also being streamed. So at the end when we do Q&A, we're going to be using the mic. Just raise your hand and I'll run it out to you. So our next talk is on pushing security from the outside by Chris DeWeese. Please give Chris a round of applause.
All right, thank you. Okay, just so I can get a feel of everybody, from everybody who's here, how many people here actually work in the security field? Uh-oh. Okay. How many people don't work in the security field? Okay, great. So I have something for both sides, and I think you'll be able to take this one, over this next 20 minutes, hope you'll be able to take something away from this. But like it was said, I'm here to push security from the outside. So what's the outside? I guess that's the first question. So I don't work in security. Actually, I don't even work in the IT department at my company. But I'm out there pushing security. I do lead a team of software developers, and we're generating software used within our business. But unlike most teams in our company, security is not an afterthought. It's an important thing that we talk about every day in my group. Today I want to talk about my experiences during my career related to security and how I've tried to push security from non-traditional roles, basically outside of IT. Some of the things I'm going to cover with you is how pushing security can be both fun and rewarding, how we all need to try to train people to think like hackers, and what is responsible disclosure. And if you're in the information security team, how can you create an environment to allow everyone to push security, whether it's from the inside or the outside? So as I was working on this talk, a question, an idea that came up again and again is security is everyone's responsibility. I think everybody here would probably agree that's the truth. But at your company, is that really true? So at my company, safety is the #1 priority. But how do we get to the point where both safety and security are everybody's responsibility? It's going to take some work, and it's going to take some work from both sides. And if you don't do it, you're going to end up with something like this. So I picked my first lock today, thanks to my mentor. But I'm pretty sure, even though I don't know how to pick locks very well, I can bypass the security. And if we don't have everybody pushing security from the outside, this is what we're going to end up with. So I talked about how pushing security can be rewarding. And the way I've chosen to do that is mentorship. There's a developer in my company who I often talk about security-related ideas and practices. This guy's passionate about security, and he also knew how to develop secure code. So as we talked, I knew this guy needed to get out from doing software into our InfoSec team. So when a position came up, I encouraged him to apply. And then once I got him to apply, I mentored him on the process and made sure that he was successful, with his interview. And he got that job. And now he's in information security. And even better, they assigned him to the responsibility of securing the code within our company. So that mentoring has been one way for me to push and help with security in my company. He still comes around and we still talk about things. And I'm still getting him ideas on how he can push security within the company. But I talk about fun too, right? We want to have fun at work. So, what's the most basic problem we have in security? People don't lock their workstations. It's been a problem my whole entire career. Every company I worked at, we run into this problem. So what can we do about it? Well, I'm going to go from pushing hard to maybe not pushing so hard. So probably the worst I've ever seen is an admin who doesn't want to lock his screen. And when asked about it, the response was, I was only away for a few minutes. What could someone do? So here's an idea to teach somebody what they can do. If you don't know, and this is a Windows example, but in the registry, you can replace any program with a debug program. So why not take the accessibility tools and replace it with a command prompt? Then you're going to get something like this. You're going to get a Windows logout screen with a command prompt with admin rights, access to the start menu, and in homage to B-Sides, calc.exe. This is a very simple thing to do, and it will really drive the message home. Now you got to be careful. You don't want to just do this and leave it, because you just put a security hole in the company. But it's something you can demonstrate. You can take a laptop that's not on the domain and show them how to use it. What's that? Yeah, this is a live stream. It's basically you can go into the registry and replace using the debug functionality. Replace it with a command prompt. Yeah. Just Google it. It's there. Using debug to replace the registry. Okay, so that's pretty aggressive. Let's do something a little less aggressive. One of the favorites of mine, and this one works really well, is to go into their monitor and invert the screen. Unlike Tom Cruise in Top Gun, most people can't work a mouse when it's inverted. And when they do get it undone, they'll probably lock their screen because they don't want to that happen again. And I only got one person who I've done it to so many times, he actually is very good at using the screen as inverted. But you can only try. Probably the easiest thing to do, I was at a company that made these up. This is just sticky pads. If you're in a Windows shop, everybody should know Windows L is the easiest way to lock your computer when you step away. Super simple and super effective. You find an unlocked computer, you put the sticky there and you lock it. Hopefully they get the message. Okay, but earlier I said you need to think like a hacker. So let's talk about that. So I work with software developers, and this is the talk we have over and over and over again. Is it a feature or is it a bug? And those are great conversations, but sometimes we need to escalate that conversation. Is it a feature, bug, or security risk? So one day I was in a meeting, and we had to look something up, and that required us to log on to a website on our internet. So we log on to get the information, and the guy running the meeting is greeted with a password reset form. His password had expired. Well, he didn't want to reset his password during the middle of the meeting, so he hit the cancel button. Next thing we know, we're looking at the information that we're supposed to be looking at. Yeah, that was the same thing I did. And in fact, the meeting just went on. Everybody else just kind of said, we got the information, let's talk about it. And I actually stopped the meeting and said, hey, what just happened? And I went to the meeting there, he said, I just hit cancel for some reason. My password expired, I didn't want to reset it, but it still let me get to where I need to go. So the meeting finished, and then I'm kind of sitting here thinking, what just happened? Obviously, in my mind, we just found a pretty big security hole on this website. And the next thing, being a guy leading the software development team, is why didn't this have come up in testing? Surely the tester did some testing on this password reset. Well, it turns out they just tested the case that they knew of. A good user is going to, if they're told to reset their password, is going to reset their password. They're not going to worry about that pesky cancel button. But if you have people thinking like hackers, the first thing they're probably going to do is press that cancel button and see what happens. Turns out, what does happen when you hit that cancel button is you get a cookie anyways. It doesn't matter if you have an expired password or not. So, what do? Well, if I'm not pushing security, I think, great, hey, this is a feature. I just found out I got a non-expired password on this website. I just put in my old password, hit the cancel button, and I'm in. But I'm not doing that. So what do I need to do? I'm sure I don't need to tell anyone around here about responsible disclosure, but think about it. At your company, what's the responsible disclosure policy? Do you even have one? You might have one for external users, But what about internal users? What are they supposed to do? So I started asking around, what am I to do? I think I just found a security hole. I got some suggestions, including ignore it. You found a good feature, which obviously I did not go with. One was open a ticket, because we all know tickets get taken care of. I mean, I've had tickets lost, misrouted. We get tickets all the time and they're for the wrong thing. So I wasn't going to do that. So I talked to some friends. I contacted, who were able to help me find out who was responsible for this website. We worked together. I got in contact with them. We set up in their test environment. We verified that this truly was happening and a security hole, and we got it fixed. But we got to remember, this would have never happened if someone wasn't thinking like a hacker, or if people were thinking like a hacker, and they knew about responsible disclosure. So one of the things I always try to do is never pass up an opportunity to talk about security. Passwords is a great thing to talk about. Oftentimes when I go into meetings, I log in with my 20+ character password, and the first question I get is, why do you have such a long password? The password policy doesn't require that much. That gives me an opportunity to talk to them about, we shouldn't be using passwords, we need to use passphrases. People are surprised to hear in Windows that you can actually put spaces as part of your password. I also tell them, if you can, at least do 14 characters, because greater than 14 characters on Windows avoids the landman hash problem. They might not need to know about the landman hash problem, but if you tell them 14 or more, maybe they'll do that. And if they keep asking questions, I'll talk to them about password managers. Obviously, that has to go with personal preference and policy with your company, but things that you can do. So the other thing about passwords that I did recently is I was sent to a public speaking class. Hopefully at this point you're not thinking, whoa, what a waste of money. Our class assignment was basically learn about how to be a better public speaker, and we did it by doing a 5 to 7 minute talk. So I thought, why not talk about passwords? We have a whole convention on passwords. Surely I could get 5 to 7 minutes of material for my talk. So I gave the talk 3 times. Each time I had a little bit more to make it really interesting for the team and to try to get them both thinking like hackers and looking for problems. The last time, I went and I created an email account. I added second factor authentication, and then I gave them the password. I said, prove to me you got into that email account, and I'll buy you lunch. Now, luckily, it wasn't this group that I was trying with, and I didn't have anyone successful. But I had a lot of people who tried. And I felt that as a big success because I got them thinking like a hacker, and some of them even tried to social engineer me. They're all trying things that they didn't even know they were trying. So you might be thinking now, I can't do all these things, but surely you can do something. How about just fixing the problems you can influence? Okay, this isn't a file I was given, but at one point in my career, I was given a file much like this, a passwords.xls file. No problem with that, right? It was even better because when I asked what we were to do about this, they said, don't worry, it's password protected. I didn't have time to teach them about how easy I would be to bypass, but I did take this opportunity to fix this problem. So I took this information, I got it off our shared drive, where it was located. I set up a KeyPass instance with my team, and then we added second factor authentication. Now I know what you're saying, that's probably not the best solution, but it's way better than this solution. Matter of fact, I've never found a password.xls file other than the one I've been given, but I found a lot of other information on shared drives. I found financial information, performance plans, staffing plans, and what do? Well, I take them for myself, right? No, I don't. I do take them, but not for myself. I take them, I move them off a public share somewhere where they're safe, and I go ahead and notify the user, hey, you shouldn't have this information out there. Here's what you can do to secure it, and you need to be very careful. One of the most interesting things I've seen is data leakage on calendars. So I'm going to give you an example. This is my calendar. That's just a mock-up. But let's say here we have 9 o'clock on Monday. The manager is meeting with the HR about employee performance plan in the HR rep's office. Followed by an employee meeting with the HR rep in the HR rep's office. What's going on here? Someone's going on a performance plan. That's probably information that you don't want to broadcast. It's real simple. You just need to be cognizant of the information you put on there. So here's, I have a secret meeting going on at the Neon Museum on Thursday. But I know no one else knows about it because I have a slot here. So whether it's Outlook or if you're lucky enough to use Lotus Notes, no, this feature is always known. Still a happy Lotus Notes user. Okay, so I talked about, I told you I lead a development team. One of the things that I hear often is, or we talk about often, is secure code development. So what can we do about secure code development? Not this. This is often the response you get from developers when you talk about information security. Nope, not my problem. I don't want nothing to do with it. InfoSec is going to scan that thing, and once I pass the scan, we're going to production. Right? I'm sure y'all have seen it. But is that really the way to be doing this? Some of the things that we talk about on our team is how we can secure both our code and our environment from the beginning. So you need to think about things like, what's the type of information you're storing? How are you going to store the information? What's the security model that you're going to use? There's a bunch of good information out there on developing secure code. You can choose to follow it or do this. I would recommend follow it. The other thing I've trained my team on is default passwords. Once again, back to passwords. So I think I've gotten to the point where they know this. I can be a master hacker in our company if they're going to do things like this. So if they put a piece of equipment or a website up, whether it's in dev test or production, and they leave a default password, they know I'm going to reset it. And at this point, they don't do it anymore. But there were times when things got put out there, I reset it, and then they had to come to me to get the password. I don't know why they just didn't reset it again and just reset the password themselves, but we'll have to talk about that at another time. So I've talked a lot about pushing, but I also need to talk about pushing too hard. One of the ideas of me giving this talk was to even push security within my company. I thought it was a great idea. If I was up here talking about the first version 1.0 of this talk, I'd probably leave this room and get a call from the CISO. Because I was pushing way too hard. And I took the help of my mentor and some friends to talk about the OPSEC issues I had with my talk and just the things that I was revealing with this talk. So, thanks to Kat for that. But there's another good reason why we shouldn't push too hard. Who knows who Randall Schwartz is? Okay, if you don't know who Randall Schwartz is, you should. You could know about him because he was a Perl developer. He's he goes by Merlin. Maybe you know Merlin. He's one of the more notable Perl developers. But early in his career, and sorry, this isn't really meant to Rand, it's just kind of friends of Rand's side, he decided that he was going to push security within his company. He was working as a sysadmin. He was unhappy with the security practices, so he was going to show them. He was going to push security. So what did he do? He did some unauthorized pen testing. What happened? So this is back in 1995. He got in big trouble. When I say big trouble, we're talking Three felony convictions and 1 misdemeanor. Think about that. So we don't want that to happen. I don't want that. I don't want you to go come to this talk and say, Chris told me to push, so I'm going to push, and end up like this. So for Randall, this took 12 years and in excess of $200,000 to clear up. But he eventually got it cleared up. But if you're going to remember anything about pushing too hard, remember the story of Randall. Okay, most of you guys are InfoSec, so I want to specifically talk about you. So I'm talking about pushing. I'm giving people ideas how to push. You want everybody to be able to push. So let's take the example of these guys pushing this boat up to the beach. Looks like a fun thing to do, right? Sure, yeah. So I'm sure that the guys out in front, if they were the only ones pushing, they'd have a tough time pushing this boat up the beach. But everyone together is allowing this to be success. So if you think back to that picture in the beginning, everybody around the lock helping push security, that's what we want to do. So what are some things you can do? First, just encourage people to talk about security. Someone doesn't need the information security team to talk about security. You might want to make sure they're pushing the right things or saying the right things, so train them. But it's okay for them to talk about security. Give them the tools to talk about security. Spend some money, buy those Windows Out sticky notes. Recognize users who are being secure outside of information security. Formalize an advocate role if you can. I feel like I'm doing an unofficial advocate role, but there's no reason why you can't formalize it. And if your HR group would allow it, give them some work to do. Everybody's short-staffed these days. Maybe you can have a rotation program and have them come work in information security for a little bit. Or make them honorary Randall Blue Team members if you do that. I'm sure someone who's interested and had the opportunity would love to do that. I would, if I could. So, talk about a bunch of different things. If you're not in information security, which is a small group of you, I get told, well, hopefully you can take some of these ideas and use it to push security within your company. And if you're in that information security sector of your company, why don't you go ahead and try and create an environment that will allow people to push security. And if you didn't get that out of that talk, come find me. Because like I said, you should never pass up an opportunity to talk about security. Thanks.
Yeah, when you talk about pushing security from the outside, it sounds like in a lot of corporations it's going to be a culture change. What are some things that you found that were effective in getting that culture change, and what are some things you found that were not so effective at changing culture for security?
I think the hardest thing is that, based on my experience, the information security team has basically walled themselves in, and they don't really allow outsiders. And I think it needs to start first within the information security culture to say, we're going to allow this guy in. So we're going to say, Chris, we're going to let you push. But if you're going to push, these are things that we want you to push on, and these are things that we don't want you to push on. And just give some training. I mean, I don't think anybody wants their company to end up like Sony, right? I hope not. Maybe there are some people who do, but so is that?
Hey, Chris, you mentioned that you have there's a CISO in your CISO in your company.
Yes.
I'm curious, where does he fall? I mean, has he been supporting you in your efforts? I guess I'm at a loss here. Like, where is he in this picture? Like, has he been supporting anything? Supporting to tack onto your question about the culture change? I'm really curious.
Short answer, no. We've talked about ideas, but I think, so I work at a company that's a subsidiary of another company, and I think he's being given guidance that causes problems for doing things like that. So he's doing the best. I think he's doing the best he can. He doesn't know about this, so. So I think it's probably safe that I stop there. If you want to talk about it after, I think.
I think we have time for one more question.
Come on, one more good question.
I have one.
Yes, sir.
So to follow up with what Ming was saying, where does the permission come into play with the CISO and kind of how far you go?
Yeah. So my advice would be to probably check with your CISO before pushing. I didn't do that, and there's a reason I didn't do that, but we'll see what happens. Well, it's like I said, version 1.0 of this talk probably would have got me in a lot more hot water. So we'll see. I'll put the information out on your list, and if after this talk I'm looking for a job, you'll know where to find me. I got that cat sweet for all the good help she's given.
Great. Thanks, Chris.
Thanks, that's great. Thank you.
How long have you had the CISO?
Not long.
So that's like 4.5 years.
Yeah, I don't know. All right, hi everyone, and welcome to Proving Grounds. So I'd like to start out by thanking our sponsors, especially our stellar sponsors, Versprite, Protivity, Tenable, Amazon, and Source of Knowledge. So this track is being recorded, and we're also streaming. At the end, we're going to have a Q&A session, and I'll be running the mic around, so just please bear with me and wait for the mic. Our next talk is on DNS hardening, proactive network security using F5 iRules and open source analysis tools from Jim Niederauer.
There you go. Got it. Perfect.
I got it?
Perfect.
Awesome.
Very good. Very nice.
All right. Let's. Jim works as a senior systems administrator at AppRiver. Please join me in welcoming Jim.
Say that. I'm only here to teach. I'm not here for me. All right. So I had trouble with the projector yesterday, so I'm going to roam around. Hopefully this laser pointer will work. Hopefully everything will go well. My name is Jim Niederauer. I'm a senior systems administrator at AppRiver. I've been working at AppRiver since 2006. First, I want to thank my mentor, Dave Lewis, back there. Thank you for your help and assistance. I appreciate it. And I want to thank BSides for inviting me to be here today. How about a big hand for all the volunteers who put this on? They're the ones that deserve the credit. All right, let's see if this works. No, I hit the wrong button already. There we go. So, a little bit about me. How did I get here? Well, I went to NOLACon in 2015 and was sitting around talking, teaching people about a few things that I was doing at AppRiver. A couple guys overheard me, like this says here, and they said, why don't you come speak at our next event? Well, so apparently you say a few things and some people over here you're a security expert. So realistically, I've been with AppRiver since 2006. This certificate is not mine because my name is Jim, I'm not Jack. When I came to AppRiver in 2006, I started out on their security team. Right now, I'm in charge of running their global data centers worldwide. We have 12 data centers that we run all of our servers out of and 8 offices globally. We run SecureTide, which is a spam filtering platform, and SecureSurf, which is a DNS filtering platform. The opinions expressed here are not necessarily those of my employer. They are mine and mine alone, so if you have any trouble with it, come after me, not AppRiver. All right, so today, what I'm going to do, I'm going to lay out, challenge what we were faced with. I'm going to tell you a story about how we went and put together a solution to secure our DNS infrastructure. And when I'm focusing on DNS here, I'm talking about our SecureSurf DNS infrastructure. And just the fact that it's an open, just think of it as a DNS cache resolver and don't worry about what the service does other than it resolves DNS. Any of the things that I mentioned here, the different platforms, I'm not endorsing any one of them. We just pick them and we use them for our platform. So I'm not here to say one vendor is better than another. We just use what works. So what I'm going to do is lay out the challenge that we face. I'm going to examine some of the security flaws that we ran across when we brought on our service. I'm going to look at some of the tools that we use to solve those security tools, or those security issues. I'm going to assemble those pieces into to show you how we put them all together. I'm going to show you some of our results. I'm going to discuss some of the future possibilities. Now, that's a lot in 20 minutes. So I'm not going to go into a lot of detail about some of this stuff. A little bit later, after the talk, I'll put some more technical blogs at Tripwire and on the Peerless blog. So the first thing, we'll start with basics. Before I came to AppRiver, they had version 1 of their SecureSurf service. They rolled it out. The service did what it was supposed to do, it secured your DNS. The problem was it took about 500 to 1,000 milliseconds to resolve DNS queries. So if you really liked your DNS slow, that worked well. It didn't work too well, so they started from scratch and rewrote the whole service. When I came on board, they were about to roll out the service for the second time. And what we ended up finding out the minute we rolled out the service was that when you put a service out there that anybody can connect to, you run into all kinds of problems, right? So what they ended up doing in our DNS service works at application layer 7, obviously, and a lot of people will secure their DNS at layer 7, basically by setting rules where you block IPs and only resolve for certain domains, that sort of thing. But we couldn't do that. We had to work at layer 3, layer 4, layer 5, and layer 7. So what happens if you wait to secure DNS at layer 7? Well, you end up with something like this, right? You're going to blow up your DNS servers. There's so much traffic out there. There's so much malicious traffic. You're not going to be able to support security for that platform. So what we ended up doing was developing a plan to figure out how we could mitigate some of the challenges without closing that DNS. The reason we didn't go with a whitelisted IP-based DNS service is because some of our customers are actually remote customers. So they move around, they have dynamic IPs, they're small businesses, they don't always have a fixed IP. And they don't want to have to log into a captive portal, put in their IP address, and wait for that information to be propagated back to the service. So what I'm going to go over today are the basically the security flaws that we found in DNS that you probably see in your own environment. And I'm going to show you how we went to solve those problems in general detail. And if you want more specifics, feel free to come by me. I'll be here the rest of the week. I'll be at DEF CON. I'll be glad to sit down and go over some specifics. I'm not showing any live demos today because we all know how those go when we do those in talks. All right, so the first thing we came across, I don't know if I get your word, tell me, DNS amplification attacks. Who's seen these on their network? Are you been a participant or a victim? Cannot disclose, right? So they're a man-in-the-middle attack where somebody spoofs an IP address, sends you a bunch of small packets asking for a bunch of big packets, and sends them to the spoofed IP address. Typically a botnet network, you can rent time on them. They'll do these to the tune of several 100,000 botnet members over the course of 15, 20 minutes. Your DNS just doesn't work, okay? DNS amplification attacks are a big deal. They really will bring your DNS down or make you look stupid for participating in them. So you have to be careful about these. The next problem we face is kind of an interesting one that we saw. Being a spam and virus filtering company, we're very aware of what's going on in botnet networks, who's sending out spam and those sorts of things. But we saw this in our DNS. There's a tactic that the malware developers use called domain generation algorithms. And what they do is they're built into their malware, and they generate these randomly generated domain names along with the domain names that are real and connect to the botnet command and control networks. And they do this on a regular basis so that what they're trying to do is obfuscate their real DNS command and control in this scattered traffic. Well, the problem is on a small network, you may never see them. On a big network like what we're doing 60, 70, 80,000 DNS queries a second on our network. These things become problematic because they generate a ton of NX domain lookups. So your DNS servers become very slow and don't respond very quickly. The third thing we saw, bad name queries in our DNS. So everybody here, I'm sure your DNS never relays a DNS request outside your network that it shouldn't, right? So one of the big ones, there's one on here that you all need to be aware of. I think it's listed here, WPAD queries. If you don't have those shut down on your network, I advise you to dig through the internet and figure out how to shut those off immediately. If you don't have a proxy server on your network, these are bad news. Your users can go, and this is an aside, they can browse in Wi-Fi anywhere else. It will send out these queries. Somebody can spoof DNS queries and reply to them. It will set the proxy server on their browsers and send all their traffic to that proxy server. Okay? Disable that if you don't use it in your domain. Take me seriously on this. But what we also saw were some really strange lookups. I don't know if you can see that. There's one there. There's a couple others down here. Some pretty poor malware writers. What they were doing was using these domain generation algorithms to generate domains from botnet command and control traffic, but they weren't smart enough to make them fully qualified domain names. So they just ended up creating a lot of havoc on it. So we saw these in our network. Another thing we saw when we started examining DNS traffic, and initially we're examining all of this traffic using Wireshark and some other capture methods. We saw malformed DNS packets. There's two kinds of things that we saw in this. One of them was malformed packets designed to basically DDoS your DNS server, bring it down. And the other was really interesting. I don't know if you know about DNS tunneling, where you can actually tunnel other protocols through DNS. It's done by packet injection of the packet headers that go through your DNS server. And you can see that in your DNS requests if you look at enough packets. So this was a problem. These kinds of traffic should never, ever reach your application servers. They should be blocked at the edge. The next thing we saw was data exfiltration via DNS. This is pretty slick. So the nefarious people register a domain like ps780.com is one of them. Then they go and they do drive-by malware downloads, send you some malware via a banner ad, for example. Installs some malware on a computer, starts generating traffic, looks for the data that it's looking for on that infected machine. As soon as it finds it, it starts taking that data off the disk and creating this encoded subdomain. So the problem is that all of this is legal DNS, right? Goes out to the root, finds the name servers, goes to the nefarious name servers, it returns an IP address. The other thing it does is it takes all of this data here in a subdomain and re-aggregates it back on the nefarious side. So they're exfiltrating data. This is what this is, data being exfiltrated from an infected customer. So you can catch that in your DNS, and we were able to mitigate that through some of our F5I rules. Another thing that we saw, because we didn't want to close our DNS resolvers down, is we wanted to be able to block IPs that we knew were bad. And there's several lists out there. This particular one is a drop list from Spamhaus. It's free. You can subscribe to it. You can download it, whatever you want. We wrote a little C# program to put it in the right format. This is the format that an iRule data group takes, but it's basically just the data gotten from Spamhaus to put in the right format. We're able to have this data stored in a central location and then distributed to all of our F5 load balancers globally with a bash script and cron jobs that are run every so often on the F5 load balancers. So we're able to aggregate these. We get this data from various feeds, including our own spam filtering information. The last thing we saw is actually an interesting way that you can use DNS to DDoS. So probably a year and a half, 2 years ago, most of the major DNS servers put in a feature that allow you to force certain queries to be re-asked over TCP. So somebody wants to do a DNS amplification attack, they hit your server with an any request on port 53. Your DNS server says, I'll be happy to answer that, you've got to ask on TCP port 53. Well, the bad guys aren't going to initiate a DNS amplification attack against you over port 53 TCP, because then you know who they are. But what they will do is they will spoof the IP address in the TCP packet and send you a boatload of queries directed at the malicious IP, or the IP address that they put in there, the wrong one. So what do? You end up initiating a SYNAC flood against the target IP address. So one fix for vulnerability creates another vulnerability in your DNS. So be careful about these. In Windows, if you run Windows DNS, anybody know what the timeout is for TCP timeout on Windows? 5 minutes. 5 minutes. That's ridiculously stupid. Nobody needs 5 minutes of timeout, wait, timeout. You can change that in the registry. The lowest Windows will let you set it is 30 seconds. But set it to 30 seconds. That will protect you quite a bit. All right, so this is, the last thing we saw in our DNS were DNS floods. This was kind of interesting. When we first brought the service up several years ago, this was a big deal. People would just try to flood the crap out of you with these DNS requests. The latest one happened last year. I think it was October or November. Anybody remember what happened to a particular magazine? They made an announcement about the content that they were putting in their magazine. The next day, the unhappy people DDoS Ultra DNS for about 4 hours in the afternoon, took them offline. This was Playboy magazine. So anybody that associated with Ultra DNS that afternoon had a really crappy afternoon. All right, so what did we use? So I'm going to go over the pieces that we used to put all this together. First thing, we have our F5 load balancers. These were in place when we got there. We're just working with the tools that were in place. So basically, an F5 load balancer has a public-facing IP address. It's an endpoint for a service. It could be email, it could be DNS, whatever. It's called a VIP, a virtual IP address, and its load balances to a pool of servers in the background. In our case, it would be port 53 here and DNS servers in the background. It also supports something called iRules, which are very cool. I'm going to go over those in a minute. It lets us actually monitor what's going on with these and load balance across many servers in the background. It has some other features. It uses an operating system called TMOS. Stands for Time Managed Operating System. Nothing fancy. It's just F5's operating system. And it has the ability to do TMSH commands, which run functions within that operating system. Another cool feature that it has are iRules. Now this is just a view of a sample iRule in F5's free iRule editor that you can download online. So iRules allow you to manipulate traffic at the application or network layer, both inbound and outbound, and do things with it. And it uses a language called TCL, Tool Command Language, I think that stands for. So anybody remember TCL from a long time ago? Well, it's back. All right, so what we also were able to do with threat feeds, and I spoke about these a little bit earlier. That's the address. You can go to that one and look up that particular threat feed. If you have a router or something, a firewall that takes in these IP feeds, I would go look at this one in the eDrop and just drop that traffic from your network. Never let it touch your network. There's one called Drop, and there's another one called eDrop. It's a free list that you can download. So I was hungry for bacon this morning, but I didn't get to breakfast in time. So I was waiting for my badge, so I put that in there. The other thing the F5 allows you to do is remote logging, and this is where we kind of put the pieces together. F5 lets you log locally, obviously, but you don't want to do that. Anytime you're logging locally on a public-facing device, you're creating IOPS on your disk, slowing your device down. So what this allows you to do is set up paths to remotely log all of your data. We remotely log all of our data to Graylog. Graylog is a choice that we did. It's basically the open source alternative to Splunk. Right? People use Splunk. We chose not to use it. We generate so much data, the cost for us to get involved with Splunk, it's a great product. But for us, we needed something that we could manage a little bit more because the volume of log data that we have is tremendously high. So Graylog is, you can run it as a single machine, a cluster of machines. Put the cluster behind an F5 load balancer, send all of your data to that F5 load balancer, load balance it across the Graylog servers. Graylog has inputs that ingest this log data, takes that log data and writes it into an Elasticsearch cluster that lives behind this. So we're using Elasticsearch as well. The Elasticsearch cluster then indexes all the data based on the fields. One of the cool things about Graylog is that it gives you the ability to import data in a format called GELF. I'm going to go over that in just a second, what that is. So GELF like ELF, but not a GNOME or anything like that. The other thing it allows you to do is write custom Java plugins so you can parse data when it's coming in. So how many of you use like Kiwi? Anybody remember what Kiwi is, syslog server? It was good for its time. It was hard to get information out of that, right? Because it just takes straight up syslog format, dumps it into a file. With the volume of stuff that we're doing, it craps out very easily. The Elasticsearch gives you the ability to do flexible search. You can format your data in certain ways. I'll go over a little bit of that here coming up. The other thing that Graylog has now that's pretty cool is it lets you, from your Windows or Linux boxes, you can ship your logs directly to it. And it has a feature that's called Graylog Sidecar. It's an application you install on a Windows server or Linux server. And it manages either NXLog or Logstash. But the cool thing is it reports back to your Graylog. So through your Graylog web interface, you can manage all your remote endpoints. You can tell it which files and logs you want shipped back to your Graylog servers. So NXLog is basically, think of a log router. You point it to a folder that contains your logs. It ingests those logs. It will do a transform on them, put them in the format you want, and then it will send those logs on to whatever input you tell it to. Grabs the log, does its thing, sends it off. That's all it does. It's a middleman. So what we use this for, this part of it, is because we wanted to actually look on private networks what was happening in DNS for customers. So in DNS, most of these customers have Active Directory DNS servers. Active Directory DNS servers have the ability to output your log information in the debug logs, right? It's in a very crappy format. It's very difficult to read. And it's also difficult to make it rotate. Now, if you want to know how to do that, I'll put up a blog post about how to do it right so your logs rotate and everything else works the way it's supposed to. Because what happens by default in ADDNS, if you put on the debug logging, it will keep the file up until whatever size you set it at, 500 megs, 50 gigs, whatever size you set it at, and then it'll delete that log and start again so all your data is gone. With PowerShell, you can set some functions that will let you roll those logs over and keep those logs for a period of time. So, GELF. GELF is short for Graylog Extended Log Format. It sends data in a JSON formatted packet. The first parts of this packet are required for GELF format. The last parts are the cool parts where you can actually parse out and add your own fields, which we did to a high degree, and I'll give you some examples of that. But you could add 100 fields here if you wanted. If you can grab the data, you can put it in there. If you do any .NET program, any other kind of program, there's GELF libraries available to do this, or you can do it natively, which I'll show you in a second. In our F5I rules, what we did is we actually told, in TCL, this is how you would write one line of code to send one log message to through the F5 in GELF format. But it's pretty straightforward. There's your bracket, all the information you need. Here's the fields that we were adding, right? So we're adding these fields down here at the end. All of that data then hits the Graylog server in GELF format. There's a GELF input on a certain port, and it puts it right into Elasticsearch. The last thing we just started experimenting with in how to visualize our data is Kibana. I'm not going to go into too much about this, but it links up directly to the same indexes that are created by Graylog in your Elasticsearch cluster. Very cool solution. So the last part of this puzzle is something called critical threat notifications. This is built into our secure surf. So basically what happens is if a customer hits a domain that we know is either part of a botnet command and control network or is a drive-by download, it will trigger one of these alerts, and it'll give the domain that they hit and how many were blocked. And I've taken some of the data out of there, took the customer's data and the IP address and all that, but it tells you what policy and everything else. So what we do then with this is there's a timestamp on this, and we can go back to our data and actually find in the data where that is. And I'll show you where that infection is and what machine on the local network is infected. And I'll show you that here in just a second. So real quick overview. Basically, from a customer perspective, they'll have a DNS server or multiple ones. Their DNS servers are set to forward their DNS requests to us. When they forward those requests, they hit our DNS VIP. We have an IRUL in place. It's basically 900 lines of code, several sections. Each one of those sections addresses one of those vulnerabilities that I talked about earlier. The packet passes through those, cascades through that IRUL. If any of the rules trigger a block, then the packet gets dropped, but everything is logged to our Graylog cluster. So we can see right away what's happening when somebody does a DNS amplification attack, for example. The F5s then have Chrome and a bash script that go out with TMSH and hit a web server that's in one of our data centers. And it pulls out the data from those threat feeds. It does that every so often. So if we find over here that a particular domain is creating a DNS amplification attack, for example, and it's not in our threat feed, we can add it, and within 5 minutes, it's globally blocked on every DNS server that's out there. So it's a very quick way of pushing data to a whole lot of endpoints very quickly. So let's look at a little bit of the information that we get out of this. This is a Graylog interface. The fields that are coming in are over here. The time frame is up here. The query is up here. This is actually a histogram showing you per minute. This particular one is a DNS amplification attack. I don't know if you can see the domain name here, but that's the domain name. And it shows you how many are coming in. I believe that's about 1,000 per minute coming in. And that's from a very small attack coming in globally. Now, I know that I happen to be blocking these, but this is just the number of queries coming in, so we record all the queries that are coming in. We can actually split that out in Graylog. You can take and expand one of the fields, click on quick values in this case. You'll end up with a list of the top values in there. There's that domain name that was doing all the nefarious stuff. Over that time frame, it made that many queries. It was that much percent of our traffic. If I want to narrow it down, click that button, and it'll narrow the query down even more. We have dashboards that run in our Network Operations Center where we can manage this. This is showing an hour view. So over here, these are all, in this case, DNS any queries that are coming in. These over here are the ones that are getting blocked. So what we can do is we can compare the two, and if there's something missing over here, we can add it to our IROL data group, have it pushed out, and have it blocked pretty quickly. This is an example of, remember the spam house list I showed you? I think that's the name of the list up there. These are actually all the blocks of people trying to hit our DNS servers coming up here. So there's that many hitting it, and these are actually getting blocked. So we can tell that our blocks are working. This here is showing network compromise. There was a particular domain that we saw in a CTN. We were able to go back to our public-facing VIPs and find out the two customers that were generating those by their WAN IP addresses, contact those customers and get them in the process of cleaning up their network. This is an example of the data we get out of the DNS debug logs. These are the fields that we created in our custom Java plugin that takes the normal Active Directory DNS debug logs and breaks it out into useful information, not the crap that Microsoft has in their DNS debug logs. You can actually search it, find out what's going on. I have all the fields blocked, but you can turn on the source and destination IP, narrow it down to a local internal IP, and see all the DNS traffic that a particular user on your network's using. So if you want to spy on or find out what your users are visiting, you'd be surprised if you put this in place. You could build a VM and point the stuff to that and figure out what's going on very quickly. I only have a minute left. We're about 2 slides out here. This is just some more debug data, same thing. And the last thing is we could actually take that debug data, narrow it down by the domain name. I didn't show the IP address, but this shows one machine that's compromised with 8 DNS queries over the course of that week. We're able to tell the customer that machine on your network's infected, take it off the network, fix it, and that's the kind of information you get. Another thing we can do is we can look at where infections are coming from. It has built-in geolocation. once you install the geolocation database, we're able to tell where any kind of data that's IP-based is coming from. So there's a lot of flexibility in this. We're about out of time, so our other possibilities that we could look at, we could look at some of these other things and create rules, create anything that we can do to export data and then analyze it can be looked at from a security perspective. So I know I gave you a lot of information. It was pretty high level. And if you have any questions, you can reach me there, and we're good to go.
Great, thank you. And also, if there's any questions, are you going to be?
Yeah, I'll stay around here. I know there's
All right, great.
the next talk coming up. But anybody have any quick questions?
I'm sorry, but we don't have time for questions right here.
Okay, that's
We're going to
fine.
have to take them outside.
Because we started late or what?
Yeah. No, you just hit the full,
Okay.
full 25 minutes.
Proving Grounds. I'd like to start by thanking our sponsors, VerseRight, Protivity, Tenable, Amazon, and Source of Knowledge.
I'm not clapping for Tenable.
I will. That's why I'm sitting in the middle.
So as Guy McDudefella has said, we're going to be recording this talk, and I'm going to be running the mic. So just please wait for the mic before you ask your question. So, have you ever wondered why call for paper reviewers drink so much? Are you tired of having talks rejected from conferences without knowing why? Would you like to know what really makes reviewers happy or irritated? Well, stick around for our next panel on Call for Papers 101. So please join me in welcoming the panelists. We're going to start out with introductions, right?
Yep.
All right, great.
Okay.
Hi, everyone. I'm David. I'm your erstwhile moderator today, otherwise known as David of the Clan CFP.
Oh, hi, I'm Megan Totenkopf. I'm a senior security analyst with, or consultant with Rapid7.
My name is Moe. I avoid work on a regular basis, so I'm in management.
I'm Guy McDudefella. I am a compliance audit research engineer for Tenable Network Security, which is way better than Rapid9.
Oh.
So, really quickly, David, before we get started, in all honesty, and I was giving Eric a little bit of a hard time earlier, I think there's going to be two types of people in the room right now. Either one, people who are part of CFP review boards. This is why we don't take you places.
You're not my real dad.
Either people who are part of CFP review boards and want to make a comment or something, and we want this to be conversational. This is B-sides afterward, overall. And then also people who have active questions. So if you do have a question at any time, feel free to interrupt us, raise your hand. Eric will run over there with the mic and give it to you, and we could talk about it. So, sorry about that.
No, quite right. So, I mean, actually, I'm going to touch on that a little more. So, I mean, ostensibly, this was about, how CFP works and how to get your talk accepted. But if you have questions, like Moe said, about, you're on a CFP committee and you're trying to figure out, how do you decide what talks to accept or not accept, or how do you figure out the criteria and things like that, please, feel free to ask those questions as well. We're very agnostic. As long as it has something to do with a CFP, we're good.
Why do I have two?
You're special.
Oh, okay.
Two token cops.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so I think I'm going to start with just we were discussing this earlier, and the first rule, which is actually also the second rule for CFPs, is
follow the directions.
And
follow the directions.
So there were a couple of submissions that we received this year that felt that some of our fields in Open Comp were optional. If we put something there, we want you to respond. We want you to give us that information. Don't just give us a couple line blurb for your abstract and think it's sufficient for your outline as well, because it's not.
Right. If they ask for X, Y, and Z, give them X, Y, and Z. Don't add anything. Don't feel like Z is optional. If there's a 2,000 word limit in the field, try to use as much of that as possible. What you want to make sure you do is you're conveying your thoughts clearly, but more importantly, you know how to follow instructions. This is your first introduction to the con overall, so you want them to know, working with me is going to be a positive experience because they're putting some trust in you.
And if the CFP instructions are things like new talks only, don't submit the talk you gave at BSides Ontario. If it's calling for new speakers, don't submit the talk you gave at DEF CON. You're not a new speaker. There are instructions there. The CFP committee is looking for certain types of talks for certain tracks of the conference, and going against that isn't going to win you any favors.
And also just a little bit about that. So with the Proving Grounds track in particular, we ask for new speakers only. And it's a little cloudy because we have to do the announcement via Twitter. What does that mean? So we say no national conferences, things like DevCon, DerbyCon, ShmooCon. BSides Las Vegas and BSides San Francisco are included in that as well. But if you've spoken at another regional conference, like one of the smaller BSides or another regional conference that wasn't recorded, you're still applicable to apply for Proving Grounds.
So one of the things that was alluded to is that unless you are an incredibly well-known speaker, and even then, with your committee, when you submit a CFP, this is your first impression. And one of the things that I encounter a lot, I'm pretty sure like my panelists here will agree, is that people don't always spell check or grammar check their submission. So I'd like to hear your thoughts, because there was some rather strident language being used in the speaker room.
Guy, I think you had some good thoughts on that.
If you were of the opinion in high school that English class was something you were never going to use, you were fucking wrong. Use punctuation, use capital letters, follow a style guide. Go get a style guide. Go watch James Arlen's talks on how to communicate to other people. Because the man is not wrong. A lot of people in InfoSec are in technical roles. And so we're not responsible for direct communication with clients or direct communication more than 2 or 3 sentences in a ticket or 2 or 3 sentences in an email. Unfortunately, when you're writing a talk or writing a CFP response, it is the exact opposite. You need to be verbose, you need to be clear, you need to be concise, and you need to be well organized. And we get talks that look like a fucking E. Cummings poem.
But with less structure.
With less structure.
And to build on that, even if you're not going to go and get a style guide, there's tools out there that will help you out. I'm not a great writer. I know that. That's a weakness of mine. But I use things like Grammarly to help me out, to review what I'm going to submit before I submit it, to make sure that I'm good and I'm signed off. You have to look at it from the reviewer's perspective as well. In some cases, and David could talk to this even a little bit more, these folks are reviewing tens, if not hundreds, of submissions. So immediately not being able to cohesively understand the writing is going to put you at a disadvantage, because it's like, I have to figure this out in order for you to convey your idea to me. What makes me think that you're going to be able to do this, in front of 50, 100 people?
CFP board
No, go ahead.
The CFP board of reviewers will spend on average 2 to 5 minutes per talk in the first round, just to figure out whether or not you are sane enough to put in front of a group of people, right? And if you're not able to convey what you want to talk about in 2 minutes of writing, we're just going to ignore your talk and you're not going to make it onto the second round of review.
So I do have something to say about the verbosity thing. I actually am fine if you're concise.
Yeah.
Like, if you can clearly state what you want to do in 10 words instead of 50, that is totally fine. I just need to be able to understand, okay, this is what you want to talk about and the why and how you're going to get me to the main purpose of your talk.
But the thing is that you really can't give a CFP committee too much detail about your talk.
Exactly.
And also...
No, I was going to say, so, and actually I'm going to sort of take that back, because we actually had several submissions where people were actually pasting code, and sample code into the, and that's not actually a good example of, that's actually a little too much detail, because in my case, at least for a lot of talks.
Yeah, it would depend on the audience, I would argue.
Right.
So for things like DEF CON, for example, you might want to submit code to be like, hey, listen, I'm not just talking out of my butt.
But that's a situation where if you can submit supplemental materials,
right? Exactly.
That's where you submit that. You don't put it in your abstract, or you don't put it in your extended. That's what supplemental materials are for. Are things like presentations, white papers, things that establish your bona fides or your qualifications to speak, even if you're a new speaker. Say, look, here's this white paper I wrote. Here's this. Here's a link to my GitHub repository if it's a more code-oriented conference. Here are blog posts I've written on the topic. Here's a sample presentation I did elsewhere.
And also, if you have sources that you used while you're writing your talk, like, okay, this is where I'm drawing my ideas from, that can be helpful too.
Yes.
I mean, I love it when someone submits a citation saying, hey, I'm talking about this, but it also relates to this other talk in a different way. And then I'll go in and look at it. And I'm like, oh, okay, that's kind of interesting, actually. And I can see, okay, this is a pre-existing talk that's been done before, yes, but this person has a new or different outlook on it.
Citing work when you're submitting a CFP response shows us two things. First, it shows us that you have a grasp of the subject matter. And it also shows us that you've done your homework and you're not just trying to reiterate something somebody else has already said, you're building upon it. And that's important. I mean, the whole point of giving a talk in front of people is to advance the state of the art. And so by showing us citations in your CFP response, you're showing us that you're willing to do the work in order to advance the state of the art.
So, and speaking, since we're sort of on this general trend, one of the places that we've significantly seen issues over the past several years are talks where someone is releasing a new tool or discussing a new tool that they've been involved with, and they don't make it clear whether it's a free tool, a commercial tool, open source, shared source, whatever. And what ends up happening is the submission ends up reading like a product pitch. And the feedback we give is, this sounds like a product pitch. And a good chunk of the time the person comes back and says, oh, it's open source, and you don't need to, it's being released by my company who happens to be a commercial vendor, but you don't need to use the rest of the company's products. You can use it independently, you can build it yourself. And we go, tell us. And does anything that looks like a product pitch at just at every conference is going to get automatically rejected. At B-Sides especially, we're not here to let you advertise.
If I wanted to hear product pitches masquerading as talks, I'd go to RSA.
Anyways, yeah. And plus a lot of CFPs, when you read the instructions, will actually say we don't want vendor pitches.
Exactly.
So that goes back to following directions.
And a lot of cons will actually have a separate area for vendors. I mean, you don't need to do product pitches in talks at Black Hat when you've got the entire vendor floor in auditorium directly for product pitches.
And just to add on to that, Black Hat's one of them, so is RSA, where there are, just to add on to that, there's conferences like those where there are tracks that are designated as, what you could think of as pay for play. Like it's clearly, it's kind of like when you go to Google and you search and you have their search results and you have the sponsored listings that are clearly separated. And they're both useful in their own ways as long as they're separated.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Any questions so far, or we don't have to stick to the model.
Make this man work, folks.
Yeah.
Good.
So one of the things that's frustrating to me, I probably submit to somewhere between 5 to 10 conferences a year, and a frustration of mine is that it's kind of a black box. When I have asked about how do these talks get selected, I've had varying answers all over the board. Sometimes there's a system where they get scored, and that scoring process is a matrix, and it's very organized, and they use like Open Conference, and there's that. And sometimes it's like, we kind of sit around and drink a bunch of beers, and if we like it, then it gets advanced, and if we don't like it, it gets thrown on the floor. Do you see any conferences moving towards some transparency when they say we're announcing a call for papers, and we use a 3-person panel with a scoring system like this, and these are the people on the panel? Because that makes a huge difference in the way that I submit, and I think that providing that transparency might help give some context to the people that are submitting.
So BSides Las Vegas is one of the conferences, and David could actually talk to this. So whether you're submitting to Proving Ground or you're submitting to the general CFP, here, we have our CFP panel that reviews, but everyone is required on every talk that they review to provide some kind of feedback. We typically, David, correct me if I'm wrong, especially on the Proving Ground side, we will send that feedback directly to the submitter, just so that we're saying, hey, we didn't think this was fully baked out, or we liked it, and but we weren't, we had some better content or what's going on. I know in previous years before Guy has joined us, we actually would sit down with people that were not accepted and say, okay, this is what happened. We have half an hour calls on that.
Yeah.
So in the past at B-Sides, we have published who the CFP committee is, and we should actually get back to that. It kind of fell down purely because there was too much to do and not enough time to do it all. For the purposes of transparency, what we do here for B-Sides Las Vegas for the main tracks is that we have a scoring system. All talks get scored on a scale of 1 to 6, and then we basically break down the scores by track that you submitted to, and it more or less we have enough talks that it basically falls out on a curve, and we sort of pick a spot. We don't have a hard spot. We never really sort of spot where it's clear that anything over this line this year is a clear accept. Anything below this number is a clear decline, and then we end up with each track every year is like 20 to 40 talks, depending on the track, that would be fine for that score-wise are great for the conference, but we have like 6 slots left. And that's when, in past years, just me, and this year I have a co-chair, we sit down and we look at the talks, all these talks, and say, what makes the most coherent conference? What do we think really pulls that track together in a coherent frame of thought? Or is there a talk that we think is really important for people to see? And then we sort of go back and forth, and there's a little hand-wavy stuff at that point, honestly. And we say, okay, this looks like this is the best talk we can put together, the best conference we can put together that'll make for the best, the attendees will enjoy or find the most useful. And then we sort of go down a little bit and say, okay, here are the backup speakers that we think will continue that trend. And then we say, damn, we have another 15 talks that we just couldn't accept, and that sucks.
Actually, can I just continue on this question, because I think it piggybacks well off a point we wanted to make a little bit later, but really around, it is, I hear what you're saying, Jay, because it is frustrating, because I have had talks accepted at DerbyCon, but not accepted at Sector, and things along those lines. I think to kind of internalize it, you really have to understand your audience,
yes,
right? And ensure that, hey, not every talk is for every venue. And it may not be anything on your submission or a problem with your submission directly. It just to David's point, they're trying to fit a specific theme or fit a specific feel to the event. And no offense, but maybe your talk wasn't part of it. Because, like I said, my talk, I've had this exact same submission, great detail in both. Derby took it, Sector said, no, that's okay.
And also, there's quite a few places that don't give you feedback by default, so do make sure that you follow up for feedback. For those of you who aren't familiar with that, we try to give, each of us give feedback for why we rejected something, other than not following the directions. But, it takes a while to tastefully state why you're rejecting certain things.
Yeah, I've had, and again, it's okay to ask a CFP board why a talk was rejected if you don't get feedback. I've had talks that I've submitted to ShmooCon that got rejected, and the first time I was just like, oh man, this sucks. The second time I was like, why did you guys reject this talk? And they said, because the subject area is good, but we had talks like this in previous years, and we want to give the subject a rest for a little bit, and that's reasonable. Okay, it wasn't me. It's the fact that they're trying to broaden the perspectives of the attendees of ShmooCon.
But frankly, B-Sides as a movement started 8 years ago, 7 years ago,
something like that.
I lost track of what number we're at. Because a bunch of us had talks get rejected by Black Hat, and the feedback consistently was, these are good talks, and we still don't have enough room. We said, you know what, we really want to give these talks. And someone said, I have a house. Come to my house. And
Screw it! We'll have our own conference with blackjack and hookers.
And someone else said, I work for whoever it was, and we'll stream it for free online. And we said, done. And we showed up, and B-Sides became a thing. Purely because we had there was more content. This happens to Black Hat every year in DEF CON as well. They get way more talks than they can accept, and to a certain extent, it's the roll of the dice.
Remember how I said a few minutes ago that we take 2 to 5 minutes per talk in the first round? That's because y'all submit a fuck ton of talks. We don't have time to sit down and give every talk a measured unfortunately, the CFP boards are relatively small, and it's impossible to go through and give detailed, nuanced feedback on every talk. And so sometimes when you're at when you're talking about a conference like Derby or DEF CON or Black Hat or Sector, it's impossible for the CFP board to give you the feedback that they want to give. And that's why it's important to ask.
And that actually leads me to another next question for right now, and then we'll get to your question, which is, we were discussing earlier, titles matter. And title, even harder than writing a good abstract, is coming up with a good title. And it's an unfortunate truth that, so B-Sides had 180 some submissions across the 4 core tracks. That's a lot of submissions to go through. And I've been on the review board for ShmooCon, and they get even more than that. I know RSA gets literally thousands. So you need to, and especially the scale of something like RSA, they're going to get 10 talks about the same topic. They're almost identical. And so you need to be able to catch the reviewer's eyes just so that you get more reviews, just people looking at your talk and spending more time on it. And a catchy title is really hard. And I think my panelists will share some of the formats or the sort of macros that are really tired of.
Okay, guys. If any of you submit a talk that is word, ever again, you're going to make everybody on a CFP board have a sad. Also, blank for fun and profit. It's been done. Stop. Stop. Please.
You just made Gattaca happy.
I'm glad.
Okay, so today I delivered my first presentation at Proving Ground.
Congratulations.
And the feedback has been good, as this man has attested. So where do I go from here? I want to keep giving presentations.
Submit them to other cons.
Yeah. Do I submit the same one to other cons? Do I have to now come up with new stuff? If I come back to B-Sides, do I never come back to Proving Ground? It's only the other
Yeah, you'll
tracks?
never be back here ever again.
Okay.
Because that's the design.
So I'm done with the single A. I'm now in the double A league. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Whoa.
So on that note, as a guy who's local to you and who's telling you that the B-Side CFP is opening next week, yes. Some conferences feel different. I don't know about the rest of BSidesLV. Different conferences feel differently about the same material. My mantra is I never give the same talk twice. Sometimes I give the same talk twice, but it's not really the same one. Like it'll be the same basic idea, but it'll have new material or updated or ongoing research or whatever.
So if you are going to submit the same talk, a lot of CFPs have the question, have you submitted this presentation before, and if so, where? And it's your job to say, okay, yes, I gave it before, but here's how it's markedly different or improved from before, because otherwise, you're just giving them old material.
Like I gave a half hour here, so if I'm applying for an hour-long slot, obviously there's more material.
Right.
Okay. Is it kosher to submit more than one CFP?
Oh, absolutely.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Vote or submit and submit often.
An important thing though is so like we had over the years, and this happens every year, we have someone who will submit almost the same talk multiple times.
Yeah.
So they'll be like, they'll change the name slightly, they'll change some of the wording around, but it's really the same talk. And pretty much as soon as that happens, I go, click, 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 deny them all.
Remember, the whole point of giving
That's
talks
my
at a
personal
conference
analysis
is to advance the
against
state of the art. And if you're giving the same talk multiple times, you're reforming leftovers. You're not advancing the state of the art.
So, back to the thing I'm submitting. Yeah, but for submitting multiple ones, you're saying that if I say, well, I have an idea about this X and one about Y and one about Z,
that's great.
You may say, well, X and Y, but Z,
Yeah, right. We actually had people do that. We actually had someone submit 3 talks about 3 different topics, and we said, maybe yes.
Yeah.
But then also...
Or we had someone else submit 2 talks, and I was like, oh man, I wish I could have both of these talks. I'm going to go for this one. And I really wish I could have accepted both, but there's only so much time. And I want to, diversify speakers. So I'm going to go for this one, so I'm sure this other one will get accepted somewhere else.
Yeah.
Just my only warning about that is be careful because they may be accepted. And then you have to do the work because I've been in that position as well where I've had multiple talks.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh,
It's stressful as a speaker.
Yeah. And I can attest that
I had 2 talks that thankfully I co-presented. They got accepted and placed back to back. So and the more community the event, the more probably likely that you may get accepted for multiple talks.
So, yes, that's actually a problem. So, RSA in particular is traditional to submit multiple talks because it's so much of a crapshoot. 2 years ago, I ended up giving 5 talks.
Yeah.
And one I had to do twice, so it was six slots in 3 days, and it was murder.
Yeah, I guess what I would say is, feel free to submit multiple talks as long as you're following the directions. Follow the fucking directions. As long as you're following the directions. Yeah, follow the fucking directions. It's not that hard. You guys have been doing it since, well, no, you guys haven't been doing it. That's why we're all here. But in this one case, follow the directions.
Yes.
I have a question, and I'm happy to hear this from either side, either for the submitters or the reviewers, because like Bowie, like I do a lot of both. One of the things that I get tired of, and BSidesLV is fantastic about, is I'm tired of going to conferences and seeing everybody look like me. Right?
You mean like an
a white dude with a beard and a black shirt? I mean, that's just the reality.
I'm wearing a blue shirt.
Yeah, like
I'm young. Well, youngish.
Okay, well, I'm not. Right. No, but we fit. In other words, it is important to me for a lot of different reasons. I know it's important to a lot of people that, certainly from the speaker level, we get people who are not traditionally as represented. I am curious both from the side of how do we encourage more of these submissions, because I want that, and how can we make sure that, so how can we make that happen more from your perspective? I think I'm hitting the hot button here.
I'm just like, Jesus, take the wheel.
Toddy's moved back to the south, and
This is my response. This is my response.
So first of all, as a reviewer, the name of the person, so with OpenConf, we don't see the name of the person when we first review the talk. And I would actually caution against looking at the name or Googling the handle until after you've determined whether or not you want to accept the talk. Because I'm going to be pissed off if I find out that my talk was accepted because I'm a female versus the merits of my talk.
Right. However, as someone who was involved in several conferences, I have very little problem when getting to that window of we have 20 talks that we would like to accept and 4 slots to make sure there's diversity. Because
if they are all on the same
yes, that's the thing.
level.
Well, the thing is, I'm down to the bucket. I don't look at names until I have my bucket of. I have 10 talks and 4 slots. I'm going to bias because the thing is, there's a lot of inherent bias in the system, as you know.
Yeah.
And so that's just the thing is like when B-Side started, we had almost no women submitting.
Yeah.
We
And now
had that panel on the first B-Sides.
right. That was the only one that was submitted.
Well, that
and I agree
like
with
the
that.
only
Right, exactly. And now the submission rate is like 40% female.
Yeah.
And
Like
it is
last
amazing.
year, half of our
There's work to
speakers
be
at
done
Proving
because
Grounds
one of the
female.
ways you get more women submitting is by having representation of women, and now it's not a problem because women submit now. Because trust me.
So there are far smarter people who have given far better talks and presentations on this than I. But one of the reasons why I love this program, why I love the Proving Grounds program, is because you're pairing people with mentors. And I think mentorship is one of the biggest things that we can do to sort of work towards solving this problem. Because a lot of people come from backgrounds, and a lot of people, women especially, and friends that I've talked to are saying, well, I don't know if I'm good enough to submit this talk. I'm like, you're doing amazing work in cutting edge areas with really cool shit. You need to submit this talk.
But that's
imposter
also-
syndrome is really
Yeah.
strong, and mentorship is one of the ways we counter that.
But this is having a code of conduct on the website to start with matters.
Yeah.
It actually will change your submission metrics hugely.
Yeah.
Just on the basis of that. An explicit statement to that effect.
Yeah. So I would say mentor, like even outside the B-Sides program. Just if
I was talking to him earlier. One of the other conferences I'm involved in, we were a little bit inspired. So one of the other conferences I'm involved in, we were actually inspired by Proving Ground in particular. So when we were first having the discussions, You know, because you have 3 buckets, right? You have the talks that you're absolutely not going to accept. It's just not going to happen. You have the talks that you really want to, and you have some that maybe, you don't know, right? That they, with the right thing. So we're trying to find ways to assign mentors, or do some sort of mentorship in some.
Yeah. We try to bias towards speakers who are less well known.
Yeah. So that was what I was going to say.
Right.
When I have 10 speakers in 4 slots, I'll look at the names, see their speaker resume, and those who are the least experienced or have something that's actually like a fresh voice, I'm more willing to choose those individuals.
Right. Exactly. And frankly, like, I don't need random speaking slots.
Yeah.
I mean, I've given literally hundreds of talks at this point in my career.
Oh.
I'm old. And frankly, I mean, that's the thing about Proving Ground, and this is true, is that conferences need good speakers. They need speakers, period. And I got told by a mentor of mine 12 years ago, she said, you should be speaking at conferences. I said, I have nothing to say. She said, trust me, you do. And once you give them 2 or 3 talks, you'll become a known quantity. And then you'll start getting asked to submit to conferences. And it's totally true, even now. And the best mentoring you can do in the community is, I was talking to someone at the airport. I was sitting on our layover, and they're like, well, I've been thinking about talking, submitting to conferences, but I don't really have anything to say. And I said, well, what do you do? And they said, well, I work at a storage company that does storage in the cloud. And I said, well, and I have to make sure that I run security for them. I'm like, so how do you deal with compliance? And your customers, and I'm like,
you've got to talk.
I'm like, okay, you have a talk right there. Write that up. You're submitting to Proving Ground next year. And they said, okay.
Yeah, and they got accepted, didn't they?
No, this is for now. This was literally like
this year.
I'm only
because
here.
we had a storage security talk this year.
Yeah, this is like they're a cloud storage in the cloud vendor, and he's like, I'm like, okay, you have a submission now, and they're like, okay, I'm submitting to Proving Ground next year. So, that's just.
And the other thing, I'm sorry, I just want to on diversity for one more second. The other thing we do in Proving Ground to kind of rule that out as a factor at all is a lot of our process, and Toddy hit on it on the CFP review side, is that's blind to us. We don't see names, we don't see anything. But when we're doing our pairing between speaker and mentor, the speakers and the mentors get to choose their speakers. They don't know who that speaker is, so they don't know if they're choosing a male or female. So they're basing, hey, I really want to jump on this based on the content and why this talk is chosen. So that's another thing is try to remove that diversity as even a factor because the content's standing on itself.
Yeah.
So question.
Awesome. So we've been talking a lot on the sort of B-sides or larger conference style, where you have way more talks than slots. And I'm curious about the other end of the spectrum, and sort of what you've seen on that side, where you potentially don't have enough talks, and what you can do about that, whether it's trying to garner more people, restricting slots, lowering your standards, like what sort of approaches do you take there?
This is really
lower.
hard.
No, don't lower your standards if at all possible. No. Hit Twitter, hit Facebook, find people you know who have given talks in the past, are willing to give talks. Ask around. Try something different. Try doing, redesignate a section as a segment as birds of a feather session, where people just show up and sign up, spur of the moment to do things, or find someone who's willing to do a free training.
Yeah.
Sorry. Just go ahead.
I mean, to your point, there's so many different things. I mean, at the end of the day, if you're an organizer, you want to bring content, and that content could be in several different formats, and trying to get content that fits your venue and the theme that you're trying to hit.
Think one day, one track. Then you only need like 6 speakers.
Yeah.
In fact, we recommend if you email info@securitybsides.org, we can send you we have a sort of starter kit for doing B-sides, which applies to pretty much any conference. The big recommendation is one day, one track to get started if you've never run a conference before, particularly if a smaller region. There was a question back there?
Yeah, I had a question about putting in a CFP that is not a specific technical talk in InfoSec. So I was in Proving Ground, and I was a past software developer in law school, and I submitted a legal talk, and I kind of really struggled with the CFP on, hi, I'm going to come in and do a legal talk. How much legal background do I need to put into the CFP so you have any idea what I'm talking about? So do you have any recommendations in general when it's not a super technical
So that was actually one of the things we talked about earlier.
So excited for
Go-
this.
go-
Yes,
go-
you did. By the way, Wendy had a fantastic talk today.
She
You all need
really
to go up
did.
and see the recording.
Okay.
It was fantastic.
But Tony had some thoughts earlier today about specifically this topic, about
Right.
the CFP section.
So I think if you submit something that is related to the InfoSec field, but not super technical, it would definitely help to use the words and terms that we can understand and grasp, because a lot of lawyer speak goes way over my head. But if you can give me metaphors and analogies, that's more than sufficient.
Short one-syllable words are good mixed.
I feel like half of my mentor's job was, I don't know what that word means to you.
Yeah, exactly. And
Right.
so that's good feedback, because if they don't know what it is, then chances are the audience doesn't know. So we have a problem in InfoSec where we're kind of stuck in this echo chamber where we just like preach to the choir. We're like, oh, we need to talk about user awareness. And it's like, well,
No.
you guys know about user awareness. What we need to do is bring in people from other fields to talk to us about things like privacy, compliance, auditing, management, whatever, law, psychology, and then we need to go out to other industries and talk to them. And in order to do so, and in order to be successful with this, we need to use a common language.
One thing I would actually, this is actually something I've had a discussion with a number of colleagues. If you're having trouble getting your talk submitted to a security conference, submit it to a non-security conference. There are tons of development conferences. There are tons of other industry-specific conferences. Tech is a large umbrella. We are one small part of it. And we're the ones that focus on security, but that doesn't mean that people in other fields don't need to hear about this as well.
Right.
Submit a security talk, submit a web application security talk to a web application conference.
So it was actually two pieces of advice that your question brought up to me that we were discussing earlier as we were planning our panel here. One is that when you're submitting your talk, alter your bio, focus in your bio on the parts that are relevant to your talk's content.
And
most security conferences, no one's going to care if you're a CISSP or not, unless your talk is about certifications, in which case it may be relevant. The other thing is, and I'm sure my panelists have some thoughts on this, is the whole many eyes make all bugs shallow. So if you're not sure about your abstract, even if you're positive about your abstract, get someone else to read it.
Yes.
Particularly, just in general, make sure you bring it down and people say, is this a talk you would want to see? Like, does this excite you? But the other thing is, particularly if you're in a field that touches on security, say legal stuff like that, bring that to someone who is not a lawyer or who's not trained in legal and say, would you go see this? Does this make sense to you?
Right.
So you can get that perspective, like your mentor was giving to you, going, I don't know what these 12 words mean. This could mean anything.
Before I submit any talk, I have 3 friends that I asked to review. I have a very technical
You
one.
have 3 friends?
For the purposes of this.
I wouldn't be friends with this fucker. Are you kidding?
So I have someone very technical, someone very technical, someone who's not technical,
and then me,
and just a third party, just another set of eyes, someone who I consider a peer at work or something that will review something for me, just to say, hey, is this something you would like to see? What are your thoughts? Just to kind of bounce that off, and sometimes they have given me very harsh feedback. The technical guys, a lot of my talks are a little bit more soft skill. Technical is like, nah, I don't want to see this.
And also, this also falls into the whole know your audience thing. So you're not going to want to go to, I don't know, I don't have a good example.
Don't take a DFR talk to the compliance folks.
Yeah.
And vice versa.
Right.
Don't take a secure development talk to the compliance folks.
One thing that I like to do is before I submit a talk anywhere, I'll look up the conference that I'm looking to submit to and look at the past 2 years' presentations and say, okay, this is the kind of talks they accept. Would my content fit this? Would the audience be interested in this?
And really, I'm sorry, was there another question? Yeah. Oh, okay, please.
Yeah.
Hi, I'll preface it by saying I only speak English, but I'm just wondering if you guys have ever received talks or would consider talks in another language. like not English?
Yeah, so we have a lot of non-native English speakers presenting at Proving Grounds, actually.
Yeah, at this Proving Grounds too.
I think this year we had at least one or two.
Yeah.
And so...
Yeah, Virginia Robbins is French, and she's presenting a talk on fileless malware. And she's giving a fantastic talk.
So for non-native speakers, I would actually... I don't know if you would want to say that you're a non-native speaker in the CFP or not.
It's usually
it's pretty
not,
evident.
It's not always evident.
But sometimes when it is evident, I try to take that into consideration when I review. Like,
Sure.
okay, this content's still good, and if they have something to share, I still want to give them a venue to share.
Yeah, I would actually think the opposite. And the ones that I've read, at least, sometimes their grammar and their English is probably better than native English speakers. You know?
Yes.
So just to clarify, so not necessarily accent-based, but the actual presentation itself. Like if it was entirely in French, is that something that's because like there's a conference.
Maybe in BSides Paris.
Yeah, I mean generally, yeah, I mean most conferences these days are actually in English, regardless of where you go in the world. I mean, there's lots of conferences that are language specific, but anything that pulls an international audience is generally in English. Unfortunately, good for us.
There are a lot of Latin American conferences in Spanish.
That's true.
But they will often have an English language track even at that.
Right. So I actually spoke at a conference in Colombia, and almost all the talks were in English, and they were doing simultaneous They had simultaneous translation into Spanish, French, and Portuguese and Japanese actually going on for people who were not comfortable with English. It's a little out of scope. If you give a talk to a non-native English-speaking population, jokes don't work.
And you need to slow the fuck down, because they're translating in their heads.
But seriously, jokes just don't work.
Yeah.
Okay, we have time for one more question there in the back, and then we need to wrap it up.
Yeah. Because food.
Yes, because food.
Hi.
Hi.
Thank you for being there and answer our questions. This is my first time to BSides.
Yay!
Welcome. So I'm really excited to actually present here sometime whenever, either here or somewhere, because you just told us that, unlike Black Hat and DEF CON, where they see your bios and how many times you have presented and how famous are you, you actually look at the content. Because honestly, I was attending one talk, and I have a startup. I'm a founder of a startup, and the area I was working on, I was attending those talks, and it was interesting to see how customers are thinking about that problem. And I think I don't know how you feel about it, but I think like as a vendor, not about your product, but as a vendor, I felt like talking about the challenges that we have to reach to these customers and get their data and share with us and work with us to build these products. So I wonder if you give a chance to people like me to speak, and if yes, what's the next step that I should be doing for the next event?
Absolutely.
To Proving Grounds?
Yeah, I mean,
submit to Proving Grounds.
Submit to Proving Grounds if you haven't been doing public speaking at a major conference. Clearly, please submit to the main tracks as well. Every year, I don't think we have it this year. Most years we have a few talks that get submitted to Proving Ground where the speaker is just so outstanding that we've actually and last year we had two talks.
We had one that we kicked over this year.
Yeah, they had two talks last year that were so good they kicked it over to us, and actually both of them were given in I think Common Ground, but they got to keep their mentors, so they got their.
Yeah.
But the talks were good enough that there was too many Proving Ground submissions, and there were two talks that these two said, you know what, these would be great in the main tracks, and so they had mentors and they were brand new speakers who never spoken, but gave 15-minute long presentations, and they were awesome.
Yeah.
I mean, something like that is just really how you position it. We kind of hit on earlier, we not necessarily want to hear a product pitch, but, if you were to position that something like, how do you work with vendors to build better products, so that people here can understand the life cycle, because I forgot who was presenting earlier, but, no one raised their hands when they say, oh, who likes talking to vendors, right? Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But you know, if we could understood, well, vendors are part of that conversation. That's a way to introduce your topic appropriately.
Just don't call your talk vendors, how to work with them. However,
And follow the fucking directions.
yeah, but call it vendors might actually get accepted. I would actually bump that up just for
Developers.
right, exactly.
Yeah.
Developers.
But
I'm cool with that.
okay, so we do need to wrap it up. Any final thoughts? I know my final thought is read the fucking directions and then follow them.
So I have one final thought. Something that we didn't cover is when you're submitting, if you have the room, provide an outline. Show us that. I mean, probably I know I do before I submit. You have a thought process of what's going on, what you want to present, how you're going to present it. Use the space and show how you're going to actually get to your talk. That provides us as the reviewers a good, clear understanding of where you're going to take this talk and what's going to go on. You know, a quick bullet list. These are the 5-7 topics that I'm going to cover. This is the format I'm going to cover it in. Even if it's not fully baked out, I mean, start sketching that out really helps us as reviewers.
Details.
To follow up on what he's saying, having that outline in place saves you a shit ton of work if your talk actually gets accepted. Because now, hey, you've got a basis for your slides.
And so mine is kind of like a two-parter. First of all, don't be afraid to submit something just because you think someone has covered it in another talk. It's okay, because you might have a fresh perspective or give us information in your CFP that we might not have seen in a previous talk. And then also, if you submit a CFP about something you're really passionate about, that comes across in your writing, and we're more excited to accept it because it's something you're actually interested in, and we can see that by the level of detail you give us, the information that you give us, instead of something like, oh, IoT is cool right now, I guess I'll do an IoT talk.
Yeah. So raise your hands if you've done a fair enough, if you speak regularly at conferences. Okay. I would say that I do as well. I would estimate that anywhere between 30 to 60% of my talks in a year get rejected.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Right. Writing CFPs is really hard, and the only way to get better at it is to do it a lot. So don't be disparaged if you submit to a conference and it gets rejected. Don't be disparaged if you submit to 3 or 4 or 5 conferences. You will start getting talks accepted, particularly if you can get good feedback on what's going on. But the first couple are going to be hard.
Plus,
even if you've been submitting for years, you're still going to get.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I've been speaking for.
I had 2
years.
talks.
I mean, look at David's hair. I mean, and he still gets rejected.
I do.
But anyways, thank you all so much.
Yes, thank you for coming.